I'd like to invite today's chair, Michiko Katagami. Thank you so much, Michiko-san, for being with us, making time to chair these sessions. And I've also seen that you have participated in the entire conference. That's so nice of you. It just shows that how keen you are to look at the evidences on ICT and agriculture and rural development. That shows the keenness that you have. So thank you so much, Michiko-san, for being with us for entire sessions. We really appreciate. Just to give you all brief background about Michiko Katagami. Michiko has been working on food security, agriculture and rural development issues with sovereign and non-sovereign investment and research team for more than 20 years in Asia and the Pacific. That itself shows how closely Michiko-san is to agriculture and rural development. That shows her passion for this conference. She currently works on the projects to develop inclusive and resource-efficient agribusiness value chain, support sustainable protein value chain growth, deploy technology solutions for smallholder agriculture, upscale climate-smart agriculture, and leverage green finance in ADB developing member countries. Prior to joining ADB, she has worked for UNDP, Mitsubishi Trust and Banking Corporations, and SG Warburg Security. She holds a master's degree in development economics from Institute of Social Study, The Hague, under Nuffic Scholarship. Thank you, Michiko-san, for being with us, and I'd like to hand over the floor to you. Just one announcement. After the keynote speech, we all will come back and join for the picture session. Thank you, Michiko-san. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Dil. I'm representing today the community of those investment project teams in ADB. I'll just before we start, I just mentioned that we're really serious about the digitalization of food system in Asia, and then actually this has been discussed a lot, but it's all about aspirational things that are, there's a lot of our member countries that expect the digital technology to be deployed so that efficiently many of the million smallholder farmers can be linked to the formal commercial value chains. And as a means, it's a driver to just do an increase of rural income. And at the same time, and also there's in the reforming the food system itself can lead to the mitigation efforts, and also along the way we can introduce upgrading the quality and value addition of this food, and also that at the same time we can increase the productivity. So there's a lot of expectations to this, but nitty-gritties on exactly what is happening when you apply this technology and that technology, it's really underdeveloped. So we have a very high expectation to this conference today. Particularly today's session, we have a very specific topic very close to our heart. So that's why I'm here. I'm really all ears for all these insights that you would like to share. So with that, I'd like to introduce the first keynote speaker. We are very fortunate to have Professor Edward Barbier. Professor Barbier is the University Distinguished Professor, Department of Economics, Colorado State University in the United States. He's also the Senior Scholar in the School of Global Environmental Sustainability. Main expertise, as well you all know, is environmental and social resource economics, and also international environmental policy. Professor Barbier has been consulting many institutions around the world, including the UN organizations, World Bank, and OECD. And he authored many peer-reviewed journal articles, book chapters, written 27 books, and published in popular journals and social media. And his latest book is called Economics for a Fragile Planet from Cambridge University Press. So with that, let me invite Professor Barbier, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katagami. Let me just quickly share my screen and get my presentation up if possible.
Would you like to put it into a view? How do you do this?
Okay, I'm trying to I have to move something here.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let me, end this, and let me try this again. This did not work. This did not have this problem before.
Jill, do you want to help?
Wow, this is way strange because
Yeah,
we did
yeah.
not
I mean,
have
I
this
don't, I
problem.
can't, I don't know
Here we
how.
go. Here we go. I'm going to be able to do it now.
Ah.
Okay.
Perfect.
First of all, thanks, Dr. Katagami, again for that introduction. And also, I want to iterate what you said. This topic of this conference on rural and agricultural development in the digital days, it couldn't come at a better time, and particularly for Asia. And it's a credit to Dr. Ahut and the Asian Development Bank Institute for having this conference. My particular keynote is going to be addressing the problem of overcoming digital poverty traps in rural Asia. And I've written a paper that this talk is based on. If you were wondering what a digital poverty trap means, hopefully I will be able to explain that. And we'll, by the end of this talk, we can have a good discussion. So now, throughout this conference, and indeed throughout Asia, there's been lots of discussion of the promise of digital agriculture. And it's not surprising. There's been a very rapid spread of information communication technology throughout the region. And there clearly is signs that we are seeing the beginnings of a digital revolution, if not already in force, digital revolution for agriculture. And this has lots of potential for improving market access to numbers of farmers through real-time data on prices, weather forecasts, information on pests, seed varieties, and planting techniques. And all this additional information delivered right to the farmers through ICT could have a major impact on increasing farm productivity and efficiency throughout rural Asia. And because all this data and information really means that farmers are going to have better access than ever before to output, input, and financial markets. And from the policy and practitioner standpoint, digital agriculture will facilitate the design and delivery of agricultural policies and revolutionize even extension services and make them much more readily available to farmers. So this is all quite exciting stuff. And so this is why this conference is so important right now. But many of you will also realize there's also discussion of the potential for a digital divide in rural areas. And there's two aspects to this divide. The first is the division between rural and urban areas in Asia. So a good example is that in Sri Lanka in 2019, twice as many households, almost twice as many households, almost 70%, over 70% of urban households have access to the internet, but only 37% of rural households do. The digital divide, I think, is really more important and more poignant within rural Asia. And you can see that by looking at evidence of farming households and their access to the internet. So on average across Asia, around 46% of farming households have access to the internet, but in some countries, like such as India, Pakistan, and in Tajikistan as examples, the actual access by farmers is much lower. And this digital divide, particularly within rural areas of Asia, is clearly characterized by two interrelated factors: access to technology and adequate skills to use it. And these two key factors are very important for thinking about the possible problem of digital poverty traps, because both of these factors are clearly linked to poverty, and especially rural poverty and rural poverty hotspots. So what is the role of poverty in the digital divide? Well, the real problem is going to be not in all rural areas, but in remote communities which are characterized by many, many poor smallholders. And these types of remote communities are prevalent throughout rural Asia. And the problem is that in these remote communities where you have lots of poor smallholders, you find limited access to information and communication technology because of high costs and a general lack of reliable electricity and other infrastructure. The second problem is insufficient human capital skills and knowledge to reap the benefits of these digital technologies for farming, because digital literacy is very low. And then these farmers are poor, and large connections of communities that with poor farmers, there's just not enough income and wealth to invest in the necessary education and training, either by the communities themselves or by individual households that are poor. So these three conditions, as I will illustrate more clearly, are what could lead to problems of digital poverty traps in rural Asia. So in a nutshell, this interplay between poverty, remoteness, and low ICT skills in rural areas are really the cause of digital poverty traps. So what we find is that smallholder households inhabiting regions with poor market access and infrastructure often have insufficient wealth to accumulate the human capital necessary to adopt ICT for agriculture, and they remain in very low digital literacy. And then in addition, such households are prone to persistent poverty from which they are unable to escape. And as we all know, that is a definition of a poverty trap. What is the potential scale of the problem? Well, I discussed this somewhat in my paper, but I just want to give you a feel for it. It's very hard to measure how many people live in remote, poor agricultural areas. But myself and a colleague, Jake Hochard, have made attempts over the years to measure this problem globally of people who live in very poor, least favored agriculture areas that either have poor agricultural productivity or are remote or are both. And what we find is that globally, our figures for 2010, in a paper that was published in 2018, which is cited in this keynote paper, we found in that study that around the world, there's approximately 590 million people in developing countries that live in, that are poor, as measured by a proxy high infant mortality, and live in these less favored agriculture areas, which are remote and have poor agricultural conditions. So that's 590 million people. In Asia, in rural Asia, the number is about 330 million, which is over half. It's about 56% of the global total. So although developing countries in Asia are doing remarkably well, and there's the promise of a digital revolution, these vulnerable populations that are prone to possibly digital poverty traps are quite significant in number, and are most of the poor, just over the half of this type of population around the world. And within Asia, if you look at the three major regions of Asia, in South Asia, you find the most. Around 3/4 of the poor in less favored agriculture areas live in South Asia, or around 240 million people. And then in East Asia and Pacific, it's about 78 million people. And then in Central Asia, about 10 million people. So that's an approximate idea of the scale, potential scale. And other studies have shown that these type of areas are also very prone to be poverty hotspots. So you combine that with these conditions that lead to digital poverty trap, and we have some important issues to deal with here. Now, if digital poverty traps are prevalent in parts of rural Asia, then we could have some significant economy-wide implications. First of all, the most direct one is it's going to slow down the digital revolution, or at least the the spread of the digital revolution to all rural areas. And that means it's going to limit how ICTs transform agriculture and food systems in Asia, and we won't get the widespread boosts in farm productivity and efficiency, and we'll see this problem end up with unequal development within rural Asia. And in fact, what we'll see is perpetuation of poverty hotspots, which is becoming the hallmark of current and projected global poverty trends, as I mentioned in my paper. Now, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom. There's some really powerful positive trends that have happened in Asia with respect to digitization in the last 20 years. So the promise of digital agriculture is borne out by these three figures. So go back to 2000, less than 2% of the population was using the internet in Asia, not just rural Asia, but all of Asia. And mobile solar use was like 2 subscriptions per 100 people. And in the last 20 years, there's been a huge boost in both. So now that we have over half the population in Asia is using the internet, and there are more subscriptions, not as many subscriptions as people for mobile phones. And this is also tracked by a very encouraging sign, which is the boost in access to electricity in rural areas, which we're seeing across the region go from 60% to over 90% in 20 years. And that's great news. But at the same time, there is this worrisome sign of a digital divide. And one of the things is that when you look at not just the regional trend, but individual countries that make up the Asia region, you see that there is a negative association between the percentage of rural population, the total population, and of course, internet access. The correlation is reasonably strong and it's rather significant. So countries that have very large rural population relative to the total population have the lowest internet access. And equally, if you take another indicator of poverty, which is in rural areas, which is people using at least basic sanitation services, you again see that the lower the number of people with basic sanitation, the less internet access you're seeing throughout the country. And I think that, again, is giving an indication of the digital divide that's going on. Okay, so one of the things I do in this paper is that I try to explain why do digital poverty traps occur? So why might we see digital poverty traps? And to illustrate why they may occur, I develop a very simple poverty trap model to illustrate this phenomenon. I'm not going to go through that model blow by blow. If you want to see the details, you can see it. But I do want to give you some insight as to what the model does and what is the key relationships and what's the outcome. So in order to build this model, I use the classic approach in poverty traps, which is to look at two identical representative smallholder households, but they live in two distinct regions. One household lives in a location with good market access, including access to ICTs, and because it has good access and it has good market access and access to ICTs, it's able to accumulate ICT skills easily by investing in human capital. All it has to do is allocate some of its overall wealth or capital to human capital formation, and it can acquire those skills. On the other hand, there's a household, a same type of household, but now living in a remote location with poor market access, which means that this household has much more difficulty in accumulating ICTs, and it doesn't have access to it. And of course, has also difficulty in accumulating the human skills to do so, because there is not much in the way of ability to do so in this region. Now, there's another important difference between there is one other important difference between two households in these two regions, is that because of its remote location, the second household uses more traditional farming techniques. Because it's in a remote region, it doesn't have good market access, it's using traditional agriculture. And it also faces higher transport costs for the same reason. So what are the key relationships? Well, keep in mind, we're except for these differences, we're assuming the households are the same. They both employ labor and capital to farm a fixed smallholding area. So both are smallholder households. And we assume they farm a typical smallholder area, which on average in rural Asia is around 1 to 2 hectares. They all have an initial endowment of ICT human capital skills, which we call H0. They start with the same amount. Both don't have any digital literacy or very low digital literacy, but they can augment this through investing some of their wealth, which is represented by ordinary capital. And they're the same. They're identical in terms of savings and thus consumption, which is 1 minus the savings rate. Capital depreciation is the same, and so is population growth, which could be 0. But there are differences for this household in remote regions for those conditions I just talked about. I'm not going to show you how I arrive at this, but generally the 3 important conditions that come out of this is that given what I explained, those initial assumptions and conditions, the household in the more remote region is going to have a lower effective agricultural productivity as represented by mu. And mu for this household, its effective agricultural productivity is less than the same for the for the household in the better region, which their agricultural productivity, effective agricultural productivity is lambda. The remote household also has lower returns to capital from farming for the same reason. And that sigma, and again, it's lower than the returns for the household with higher access and better technology, which is rho. And then because of its remote location, the household in the disadvantaged region faces additional iceberg transport costs as represented by tau. So I'm going to go straight to the outcome of this, which is represented here. So this is the conditions for the household in the remote region. And what you find is that there's 2 possible outcomes for this household. If the household starts off with sufficient initial level of capital, so above some threshold KT, initial capital per labor in the household, so it has sufficient wealth to start with, so it's not really that poor, it's a smallholder but not that poor, then it will converge to an equilibrium in the long run, which is a nice equilibrium of wealth and where it has accumulated digital capital, just like the household in the favorable region. But if the household in the poor region starts off relatively poor, below the threshold KT, then it's going to converge to a low equilibrium poverty trap, which is represented by K double star, and it can't escape from it. It doesn't have enough human capital, doesn't have enough capital to invest in acquiring more digital literacy and digital skills. So that literacy and skills remain low, and the household remains productive and unable to adopt new techniques. And so that's the outcome. And so, of course, if you find a lot of poor households in these less favored agricultural remote areas with very small levels of initial income, so they're very poor, they're going to end up in a digital poverty trap. And that's unfortunately what we have to worry about. So what does this mean? Well, I spent a good deal, most of the second half of the paper, saying this has immediate policy implications that we should think about if we're thinking about trying to get digital agriculture to deliver on its promise for rural Asia. And of course, that gets back to the heart of the problem. Remember, I said the 2 interrelated factors that matter the most here are lack of access by smallholders to ICT for farming and their insufficient human capital skills and digital literacy. So that's where the policies have to be directed. And there's a range of policies that are necessary for this. First thing is that although the regional trends look encouraging, there's still many households in many countries, particularly in remote regions of rural Asia, that do not have access to a reliable supply of electricity. And that is definitely a major problem, certainly for the internet access, but also with mobile phones. A very good recent study by some researchers in Nature Sustainability talk about this problem. And they talk about the fact that we're talking really about last mile infrastructure and digital service. How do we supply this last mile of infrastructure to these people in remote regions who are beyond the existing grid? And what these researchers conclude is that extending the electricity grid as it is, the conventional grid, may not be able to do this in many remote parts of the world, including in rural Asia. Instead, we should be focusing on cheap and reliable sources of small scale energy, as well as anything from diesel generators to cost efficient fuel cell generators or solar energy. And one of the things I talk about in the paper is there's a role here for something that has been growing of interest in rural Asia, which is solar safety nets. And what solar safety nets are targeted social assistance programs to provide solar power as an off-grid solution to solving lack of access to energy for poor rural households in remote locations. Both Bangladesh and India have piloted such schemes, and I've argued in a previous paper that I presented last November to an ADBI conference that much more expanded programs in these countries and in other parts of rural Asia could be funded through a fossil fuel subsidy swap. Many Asian countries still have some fossil fuel subsidies, and particularly for consumers. Unfortunately, these subsidies benefit mainly urban households and mostly wealthy households. So a subsidy swap like 10%, 15, 20% of removing subsidies and putting it to fund these programs could be one solution. And there's a lot of benefits and co-benefits of doing this. Obviously, this type of off-grid solar, and it could also fund off-grid other inexpensive sources of energy in rural areas, such as fuel cell generators. This would provide a reliable and affordable type of energy, which is exactly what's needed for accessing ICT or delivering ICT in areas. It would also reduce the high upfront cost of adoption, which is a major barrier for many poor smallholders, particularly in remote areas. There's also important co-benefits. So many policies for promoting irrigation to farmers who don't have it in parts of rural Asia have also mentioned that the same type of technology can be used to facilitate irrigation access. And I think that again, these small scale systems and off-grid systems could do both. And then also one study of digital agriculture said that by the Rockefeller Foundation has pointed to the fact that a very important part of the digital agriculture solution is how to expand post-harvest processing and jobs. And again, off-grid energy and solar solutions might be able to do this in more poor and remote areas. There's also the issue of appropriate service design. This is extremely important when we're talking about extending it to underserved populations in rural area. And we have to keep in mind that most service design and provision is done either privately in parts of Asia or done in partnership with governments. So it's public-private partnerships. And the service providers have a challenge. They have to target a large enough customer base while at the same time keeping rates affordable and investment costs low so that the technology is taken up and also so they can deliver it. And there's a very important role here for public policies and regulations to encourage service providers to develop ICT systems that meet this challenge while at the same time disseminating the type of information that's useful to smallholder farmers and communities. And the first thing that has to be done is to determine what type of services are valuable to poor smallholders. And it also means that that we have to have appropriate and financially sustainable business models. And again, that's where public policies, regulations, public-private partnerships must deliver. I also want to talk about mobile phone services because you heard from Michael Kramer yesterday, and he and his co-authors, and I hope he talked about this, mentioned that the most important platform for disseminating agriculture information, collecting payment, particularly for smallholders, is the mobile phone. But right now, there's a disconnect between what people think smallholders want and what they actually do. Is that unfortunately, there's a sort of conception in some of the literature that all smallholders want is just price and market information. If you get the mobile phones, you deliver that information to them, everything will be fine. You'll have the digital revolution. But actually what we're finding out is they want a much more complex range of services and information that also corresponds and connects them with a network of institutions, processors, extension agents, farmers organizations, suppliers of inputs and so forth. So that there's a coordinated network that is of support and providing information to smallholders. And there needs to be also thought about how do we do this by different business and payment models. And there's two extreme versions that you can see, and the solution may be somewhere in the middle for many countries. So the first thing that could happen is that you could just provide these type of services for free to farmers or heavily subsidized, and also to their network of traders and consumers and so forth. But that would mean that network operators, donors, and input companies, maybe agricultural input companies, would need to get together and put together some kind of funding to make this happen. So this may not be financially feasible for many countries or regions, but that's something that is a possibility. The other model is fee payment, but that of course has to be paid for by some kind of subscription, and that gets back to delivering the services that not only farmers want, but they can afford to purchase. And so again, these have to be carefully thought through with public and private input. The other thing that has to be kept in mind is that ICT access, providing better ICT access and delivery of ICT and mobile phone services is necessary, but not sufficient. A very interesting article in Agricultural Economics points out that that you could do all this and provide this service and advice to farmers, but they may not necessarily be able to act on it because there isn't enough other infrastructure to support their agricultural access to inputs and productivity gains. So there's a need for complementary rural infrastructure to also be developed. Roads, credit facilities, post-harvest storage, and logistics, which I mentioned earlier. These are important complements for the adoption and impact of ICT for agriculture in remote regions. And so this has to be thought through as well. You can't just say, we're going to provide better services to farmers and the problem is solved. And then finally, the last thing I'll mention, and then I'll wrap up, I'm looking forward to comments and questions. The problem of building up ICT human capital for these disadvantaged regions and populations. Clearly, we need to have specific policies, investments to develop the type of digital literacy and education programs that target these vulnerable and underserved groups. And a number of people have written about this, and I think it's very important that it's a very specialized and important part of the problem. And this is where extension advisory services really have to play a much bigger role. They have to be tailored to the diverse stakeholders in remote rural regions, particularly women who often dominate smallholder farming, and many smallholder farming households are female-run households, or female are the heads of households, as well as, of course, different racial and ethnic groups, which are often the ones that are in these disadvantaged regions. And then there's also an important role of working with existing farmers organizations and associations to promote both digital literacy and ICTs, as well as the educational programs. Oops. So again, this is where government partnership with private service providers need to work together to figure this out. So again, you can deliver the access of the information, but without a complementary program in building up human capital and digital literacy, you're just not going to see the results that we'd like to see. So let me conclude. First, we now know evidence points very clearly that global poverty in developing countries is a real problem. 80% of the extreme poor and 70%, 5% of the moderate poor live in rural areas. They largely depend on agriculture, which is the promise that digital agriculture can bring. They're predominantly young, however, so it means it's going to be a problem that's going to last not just now, but for the next generation. But the risk of a digital poverty trap, as I said, is real. And if we don't do something to address this potential problem, then it could only perpetuate this extensive poverty problem in rural Asia. And it can also, of course, thwart the promise of a digital agricultural revolution, which would be a shame both for rural areas, for the poor that live there, and also for economy-wide growth and development. I've tried to go through a wide range of policy options very briefly that could help solve this problem and also boost digital literacy. There are some areas of future research that we need to do urgently. One is, keep developing key elements of the strategy that I've outlined. We need to start identifying who are the vulnerable smallholder communities susceptible to a digital poverty trap, and how large are they and what do they need? And identify, of course, appropriate business, regulatory, and legal frameworks with public-private partnership. Thanks very much, and I'll stop sharing, and I look forward to my discussant's comments.
Thank you very much, Professor Beer, for the very, very comprehensive overview of this, and also introducing the concept of digital poverty trap, which is, to be honest with you, it's new to me, and there's a lot to learn. And I have a lot of questions, but I'm not going to fire that now. But before, I just want to remind all the participants to type in all the questions and comments in the Q&A box, please. And then let me invite now the discussant, our own Milan Thomas. Milan, do you want to come in? We have plenty of time, fortunately, so maybe you can have 10 minutes or so, Milan, and then followed by we're going to have a Q&A session. Over to you, Milan.
Great, thanks, Michiko. So I don't know how I ended up being the discussant for today's keynote, but it's an honor. Many of us know Professor Barbier from his other work on environmental economics and sustainability. But his keynote today was, I found really complementary to yesterday's keynote, in which Michael talked about the outlook for digital development and the different market failures that ICT can resolve, like improving supply chains, providing information, relaxing credit constraints. He was really focused on the evidence of benefits of digitizing agriculture. So it's really fitting that Professor Barbier today is pointing out why it might be difficult to realize those benefits and what can be done about it. And he frames the issue as a kind of poverty trap, which I hadn't realized is a very novel way of looking at the problem. So if you type into Google Scholar digital poverty trap, there are only 3 other results, and none of them make as much sense as what we just saw today. So I'll just do a little summary of a very quick summary of what we heard, and then ask a few questions. So, and this summary is based on the paper, so there might be a little bit of disconnect with what we saw in the presentation, but it should be mostly the same. So after going through the statistics on the digital divide in Asia, the paper asks whether a digital poverty trap could underlie the patterns of differential access that we see in digital connectivity. And this is investigated using a theoretical model in which agricultural output depends on human capital and physical capital with a production function of Cobb-Douglas form. And as is typical in poverty trap models, the equilibrium level of output is determined by the initial capital stock. So after showing the existence of the poverty traps in that framework, the paper discusses policy options, policy implications, the need for last mile infrastructure, reliable energy access, ICT systems, affordable skills programs, different things that can push rural households that are stuck at the low steady state into the better equilibrium. So the paper was very clear, and it's great that we have remaining time to ask about extensions and implications of the paper for those of us who are working on development projects in the region. So here on this slide, I have a list of questions just to get the conversation started. And Professor Barbier can be very selective about which ones are worth getting into. This is really just an opportunity to talk about things that couldn't be covered in the first 30 minutes. So my questions are separated into theoretical, empirical, and practical. So the first two are on model extensions. So here at ADB, we had a study about how school closures would affect girls versus boys, rich students versus poor students, based on their differential access to remote instruction, which is of course very dependent on internet access. And so in this paper, it's the rural versus urban divide that's emphasized, and it's manifested in the model as both lower TFP and lower return on capital in the remote market. So one thing we could talk about is, are there other relevant dimensions of identity for exclusion from ICT, and how would those enter into the model? Would they enter through those two same parameters or something else? Second question, the model is clearly very self-contained. Is there complementary modeling that would help for understanding other aspects of this problem? So one possibility that's noted here on the slide is perhaps incorporating the social aspect of technology adoption into a community level rather than individual level model, which would then have multiple equilibria instead of a single equilibrium. Alternatively, perhaps the key intuitions are already here in this model. A third question on the on econometrics, empirics, is about identifying digital poverty traps. So Crane McKenzie, they reviewed the evidence on poverty traps a few years ago, and they found that they were hard to detect, apparently largely limited to remote disadvantaged areas, which is actually very consistent and supportive of this paper. I also can see that perhaps digital poverty traps are more visible than other kinds of traps. So just wondering if the professor has any thoughts on how one would go about testing the existence of digital poverty traps empirically. And then moving on to more practical questions. The fourth is that there are, of course, many mutually reinforcing traps that a rural household could face. Credit, nutrition, education, all of these can create traps. So are geographic poverty traps another and perhaps just as policy relevant way of approaching the same problem of digital poverty traps? Alternatively, in the paper, there is a lot of space dedicated rightly to energy in the second half of the paper. So would an approach to solving an energy poverty trap be similar? And to what extent is ICT a use of energy in the same way that lighting and cooking are? Finally, to ask my last question, infrastructure skills programs, they're mentioned in the paper as necessary complementary investments. So I'm just wondering if Professor Barbier has any further reflections on what a big push against a digital poverty trap would look like in practice. So those are 5 questions. Again, we can talk about those that are most relevant and interesting to the audience, and I'm sure the audience also has their own questions. So let's let's open up the floor. I guess maybe Michiko, please tell us what happens next.
Milan, you can share this session if you want. Thank you for the long list of the very good questions. Professor Barbier, maybe before I take some of the questions from the audience and I have my own, would you like to respond to some of those the questions posed by Milan?
Those were excellent questions. Unfortunately, they now disappeared from my screen, so I
I can put them back.
Yeah, put it back. Put it back, Milan.
I think I have the gist of what he has written down. But thanks, Milan. Well, first of all, thank you for wonderful comments. This is excellent, and you are a credit to young professionals in the ADB.
Thank you.
I think I focus specifically on an area of the digital divide that's not been talked enough about, as you pointed out, which is the digital divide within rural areas, and particularly this possibility that there may be large pockets of communities and or smallholders and even regions that could be susceptible to it. To this part, and I think it would be a constraint on certainly the ability of digital agriculture, all those benefits that you listed early on, to raise productivity and efficiency, and so that's addressing both the first question and the fourth one. I really, on your second question, I think this idea of social ICT externalities is very interesting from a theoretical model standpoint. I have, as I've gotten older, I've tended to move away from multiple equilibrium models to more simple models when I initially start out with a problem, because it can get rather complicated. So I'd have to put my thoughts to what type of social ICT externalities we're talking about. And I can think of both good ones and bad ones, which so negative externalities that could lead to an equilibrium that was more at the lower end of the scale would be the lack of complementary public services in rural areas that are a problem, because it's not just the household that's poor, but also the community that the household lives in. But there could be some positive ones too. So there could be public programs that are available. So that could lead to something in between. But again, as you pointed out, there's not much in the way of on this literature. Hardly anybody even. I was surprised nobody even use the term digital poverty trap until. So I think it was. I'm just trying to conceptualize the problem. The identification problem is very, very interesting. And one of the things that could be used to identify digital poverty traps is market access itself, some indicator of market access. That seems to be a key feature in here and correlated with this problem. One of the issues I've had doing empirical work is that we only have snapshots of estimates of these populations. And so you have to be very careful about using the actual numbers and share the populations. You have to do it in clever ways. I've done it for climate issues and for environmental issues. I've just started to think about it for this problem. So it's a very interesting issue indeed. And I think with subnational data, we ought to be able to do this much better than by country level. But at the moment, I'm still thinking about how to do this in a simple panel analysis next. To your last question, which I think is the huge one, what's the big push look like? I think it looks. I think what I tried to do was outline the range of. I think all those big policies I talked about should be part of the big push. I think all those elements, 3 or 4 I had mentioned on the improving the availability of ICTs to underserved populations in rural areas. And then finally, a big part of it has to be also a program, a dedicated program to improve digital literacy education of these technologies targeted at smallholders and various disadvantaged groups in rural areas. That's what I would see a big push look like. But I totally recognize, which is why in my conclusion, I said, we really need to start thinking more about these various elements before we can design such a big push strategy. But that's an excellent question.
Thank you, Professor Barbier. There are Q&A box there. There are 4 questions. So, but if I may just ask the one just a question as a follow-up, because you were talking about it already.
Yeah, sure.
For sort of your application of this, the sort of identification of where exactly is a hotspot for this digital poverty traps. And I think that's going to be very important work going forward. And then once you identify location or typology of the group of community that we should look at, I think that's going to be very strategic for us. Just think about it for those who think about us next step on action investment down the road. I think it's going to be very, very important. And in particularly engaging some of this government discussion, that's going to be very, very interesting. That's what I think. Just one comment though, is okay, so you were focusing on the remoteness based on this market access. And I mean, I think physical distance, but also how sort of distribution system is connected from the production basis to the actual market. How would you look at this? I mean, maybe it's just something for the subject for the further research, but we often talk about among all this project and investment aspects, gender divide, for the women communities. We often talk about this because it's partially because of the corporate targets. We always look at what are the gender issues in every single thing that we do. And then this bring up the notion of this, okay, so this women do have limited access to all sorts of, the productive assets or information, any solution that's going to come forward. It's more like treated as just added benefits and just because we have to make it into a gender sensitive sort of investment rather than looking at the core problems and what the gender issues looks like in the context of this poverty trap. And then most likely, I think you hit about the poverty, if you particularly looking at after all this COVID-19 and also these Ukraine wars shocks, women are disproportionately hit by those. So maybe most likely, I mean, the women might be the one sort of worthy of looking at. And also in terms of looking at this poverty trap down the road. Another thing that we often observe is that when it comes to the digital agriculture access, we often do this in a small scale on at the project basis with the introduction of this, the market access, extension of rice trees, and some of those, the interesting digital soil map and so forth. We do that piece by piece, but often we all see this coming for the first group of adapters, always the larger landhold size. No, we never seen this sort of like individually entrepreneurial people pop out of all this, try to just do the access or this utilize this digital agriculture services provided among all the smaller holder, unless they're united into groups. And then there are some entrepreneurial groups that is formulated, but with assistance of external programs or the government sort of led all this institution. But anyhow, so within the rural areas, the characteristics of this smallholder farmers that might differ in terms of the different challenges that you might find. Anyway, this is quite interesting things, and we're looking forward to this, the empirical evidence, and also the just the formulation of this the strategic sort of investment going forward in Asia. What do you think of the specific countries that is going forward that you would start looking at? We're interested generally.
Well, let me just get back to one of your earlier comments, which is the gender issue. I think in digital divide problems, what's coming out, first of all, there's not enough done to look at this problem from the standpoint of gender. But what few studies have done, and they've generally been on access and use in urban areas, is generally it's urban well-off males that tend to have more access than females relative to females. So there is a gender, and I imagine it's even worse in in rural Asia, and also, but I have very little. I couldn't find much on that, but I think it's also particularly much because I do know the problem of among smallholders, poor smallholders, are disproportionately female-headed households often. Not everywhere, but certainly in key regions. And an important point that Milan said in his comments, I want to come back to, which is the potential overlap between the same problems. The group that I've talked about here, these remote, less favored agriculture area populations with high poverty, these are areas that I've already studied as being areas of susceptible to high poverty environment traps. And indeed, the paper where I quoted those numbers from is about the most disadvantaged populations with respect to climate change. And this is work that goes back to, I did with Jay Kochard for the World Bank's climate change and poverty studies. So there's a number of studies that myself, others, and many others have done to show this, that there's this consistent group of people, and they have the same problem. They have energy poverty, they have energy problem, they have problems with gender imbalances, they have meaning that it's disproportionately women or female-headed households that are in this group, and they generally live in poor environments and they in the poverty environment traps and are susceptible to the worst ravages of climate change. And so it's about time that we start looking at this, looking below just the numbers of urban versus rural, and look within rural areas to find and identify these communities. And we're getting a handle on it, but we need to do much more work on that. And I would start everywhere in Asia. I mean, all countries suffer from this problem. The big ones, there's some big ones that do, especially, but I think this is an endemic problem across rural Asia. And if we're not, we could have this problem of digital poverty traps on top of energy poverty and in poverty environment or poverty climate traps.
Thank you for your response. Let me just take there are three major questions listed in Q&A. Maybe I'll just read it out to you. In the interest of time, sorry, I just combined them together and I'm asking Professor to respond in one shot later on. One is can we take a look at the functional form of the model? Is the paper available to the public? Maybe Kihara-san, maybe you can look at it a little later in the paper. Would that be okay? And also, is it empirically proven? I think a professor already answered to this, and it's subject to the further research. Am I correct? And also, sorry, that the second question is about Sri Lankan context. Recent interest in internet use and signing up with the online learning platforms are in exponential trend. This is all due to COVID pandemic and school closure and work from home. At least it's the positive outcome from the pandemic. So I guess this can be capitalized in digital agriculture too. Even the big push we need to come out of poverty trap can be this trend. So there's a trend coming out of the COVID-19 lockdown might be that actually help the big push. And the third question is what should be the entrepreneurial service can be utilized for sustainability? So all those questions, can you answer in 5 minutes?
Yeah, I mean, there is, I don't know. There is a paper that was that I developed for submission to the special issue, which I don't know the availability of it, but ADBI has that. Again, nobody's really done work like this before, trying to conceptualize the problem. And there's many ways, as my discussion with Milan shows, that you could do this and improve on what is a first cut. But you got to start somewhere, and to illustrate the problem. The empirical side, there's a lot of issues that have to be resolved, but there's a lot that could be done, and there's encouraging signs that are coming out, again, using subnational data about identifying vulnerable agricultural households to climate and water scarcity issues. That could possibly be adapted to this, and using market access as an identifier. My co-author, Jay Kochard, published an article, World Development, that we developed an indicator of market access based on digital data, and he used it to show it's in how it relates to different growth and development correlates. Then The business model, I think, is a really, really important part of all this. And I think we have to think, if we can be proactive here, we are on the verge of some kind of digital agriculture revolution, and it will benefit rural Asia. I'm convinced of that. COVID-19 has set things back. I was very careful. I mean, first of all, I don't think there's very much data on what's the impact of COVID-19 on all of this, but certainly I tried to use data that was before COVID-19 as much as possible, not to distort it too much. Generally, I think that we are going to see a huge inroads of digital agriculture. The question is it going to deliver on its promise? And I do think this problem of digital poverty traps is something that needs to be paid attention. And that gets back to this issue of how do we develop the appropriate services? How do we actually come up with the right financial and business models? How do we pay for it? What type of service and what type of information, and will it actually lead to improved extension and advisory? And can we overcome the digital literacy problem in many underserved areas? And those are the elements I tried to stress.
Thank you so much for this, the very comprehensive answers too, Professor. It's been a very rich discussion, but we have to move on to the next presentation. So with the huge thanks to Professor Barbier and also the discussant Milan, and also those who posed questions, important questions. Thank you so much. So let me now move on to this.
Thank you very much. Edward Barbier, we really appreciate it. Can we just take a picture before we go to the next session?
Sorry, please go ahead.
Yeah. Can we all come open our camera, and I'll request my colleague to take the picture. Yes, everyone. May I request Dean and Mami-san, everyone? Yes. Ready? Rota.
The dean is coming. Yeah, okay, so let me count from 1 to 3. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And again, 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, can we move on to the next still?
Yes, please, floor is
Okay.
yours. Sorry, I had to jump.
No. Okay, so next presenter we invite, this is gonna be hang on, where are we? There we go. Paper 18, digital reminders and group-led loan repayment evidence from maize farmers in Kenya. Presenter we have is, Milan again, our own Milan Thomas. Milan, floor is yours. Sorry, Milan, for this time you have 15 minutes to present your paper. Thank you. I see Deal as a speaker. Milan, can you come in?
Yeah, sorry, I was having trouble turning my video on. Okay, are my slides visible?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah, so hello, it's me again. So this is the third day of the conference now. So we've seen many papers, and some of them have been about really inspiring, sweeping changes and the transformational potential of digitization for agriculture. This is not one of those papers. This is an agricultural microfinance paper about how digital nudges can make marginal improvements that enable social enterprises to increase the farmers' access to inputs in rural areas. And to paraphrase Michael's keynote comments yesterday on digital agriculture extension, This is another project that we can look at and say, good cost benefit ratio, yes. Transformational for agriculture, no. That said, I hope that you're still going to find this interesting as an example of how bringing agriculture into the digital age can also contribute to evolution, not just revolution. It's also a paper, you'll note from the title, it's on an African country, but the innovation that we discuss is perhaps even more relevant to Asia than to Africa, since mobile penetration is even higher in much of developing Asia than in the setting that we study. So looking forward to hearing your feedback on this. So modern microfinance started as we recognize it in the 1970s, and today it reaches over 140 million people in low-income countries. And the model of microfinance typically uses group liability as a substitute for collateral, and that is supposed to overcome rural credit market failures. So in theory, that group liability setup can improve repayment by promoting screening, monitoring, enforcement, but it can also, as we know from theoretical and empirical papers, it can strengthen or weaken incentives to actually repay loans. According to many reports, which admittedly could suffer from reporting bias, and there's a lot of debate about that, the repayment rates for microfinance institutes reportedly are high. But in some settings, that high repayment rate comes at a cost. And some of those costs are probably very avoidable. In the case that I'm going to present today, microfinance field officers are being sent to remote areas for recollection efforts, and that prevents them from doing other really valuable activities like extension services, providing farmers with really important advice that helps them produce better on their farms. So another thing is that those efforts really shouldn't be necessary because of the rise of mobile money, especially in this setting where everyone is using M-Pesa to repay their microloans. So this study is not about non-payment, it's about late payment. And that distinction is really important to keep in mind as we go through everything. So late payment could be due to several issues. It could be as simple as limited attention or temporary liquidity constraints. It could be something more complicated like strategic considerations. But several studies in developing countries have shown that inattention was a binding constraint on taking timely action for personal finances. So this is a very narrow set of studies, selection of studies that are listed here on reminders that just very simply call the recipient's attention to some deadline. And the interventions in these papers are very cheap because they're done using ICT. And the effect sizes are generally very modest, 5 to 10% increases in on-time action. Again, all the reminders in the studies listed on this slide were designed to nudge the recipient into some action. But microfinance is group-based, so there may be a role for reminders designed to nudge non-recipient group members. Group members could get reminders, and that would improve coordination by increasing the scope for peer pressure and peer monitoring, and that could be a positive outcome from group reminders. It's also possible that group reminders could disincentivize people if they are in an underperforming group, and you'll see what I mean by that soon. The bottom line for now is that while individual reminders should have a non-negative impact on repayment, group reminders have a more ambiguous effect. And in the paper, we use a very simple theoretical model to illustrate that before getting into the issue empirically in the setting of an NGO. For today, I just want to get straight into the study because we have limited time. So we're working with 1 Acre Fund, and 1 Acre Fund supplies farmers with inputs on credit. They also provide extension training to farmers in East Africa. And there's been rigorous evaluations of their development impact, although I should note that from the studies we've seen so far, it's not possible to disentangle the effect of credit from the effect of the extension training. But anyway, for the credit program, farmers sort themselves into groups of 8 to 10 farmers, and then they make their requests for inputs, seeds, machinery, and so they're given those requested inputs on credit. And then at the end of the season, if anyone in their group fails to repay, they as a group are not eligible for re-enrollment the next season. And One Acre Fund allows the installments to be made in any amount throughout the season using M-Pesa. So there's no fees for repayment. And in the context of this NGO, final repayment is generally very high, usually at least 95% in most seasons. But there's a problem, and it's a pesky operational problem that causes delays and unnecessary work for their field officers who have really high work burdens to begin with. And the problem is that payments are often late and they require collection effort. So when discussing with farmer focus groups on how we can make the situation better so that the NGO can serve them in a more timely and efficient way, the farmers proposed using group-based reminders so that they could hold each other accountable for repaying on time. Before this, they had only ever received individual-based reminders. So we designed an experiment to try these group-based reminders out. We ran an experiment involving 300,000 farmers to assess the effect of both individual reminders and group reminders. And just to give you a little background, the farmers are spread over about 1,500 sites. Those sites roughly correspond to municipalities, and each site has about 30 groups of farmers and is served by a single field officer. So for this, for the 2018 season, so we randomly assigned farmers and farmer groups to different treatments. And we did that about 8 months before the repayment deadline. So after they had already requested their inputs, but well before the repayment deadline. And to help understand exactly what we mean by individual versus group reminders, the individual reminders would say, very simply, complete your loan by September 2nd. The group reminders would say, meet with your group to make sure that everyone in your group has completed their loan by September 2nd. And there would also be an additional line that has some information about how the group is doing in terms of, progressing towards repayment. So it could say, many have already repaid or few have repaid yet. So just to give the recipient a little more information about how the group is doing. So to clarify the experiment a little more, here's the RCT design. Farmers were assigned to eligibility for either individual reminders, individual and group reminders, or no reminders. So here in this diagram, T1 and T2 are the treated groups. If you're curious, the group assignment was actually block stratified on group characteristics. So there's another layer to the randomization. Within treated groups, 1/3 of farmers were designated to be individually treated, individually untreated. So within a treated group, 2/3 of farmers would be treated, 1/3 of farmers would be untreated. So this was done so that we could assess whether there were within group spillover effects of reminders. So I think the important thing from this slide is just please note as we go through the results that there are 3 types of farmers that you should think about with respect to the experiment. You have treated farmers in treated groups, untreated farmers in treated groups, and untreated farmers in untreated groups. Another note is that realizing that the group reminders could have this dampening effect on individual incentives to pay, we only sent group reminders to individuals that had already repaid their own loan. So, you've already repaid your loan, you will start getting group reminders because then it's in your best interest to pressure other group members to pay as well. Otherwise, your repayment is sort of not exactly wasted, but you really want other people in your group to pay so that everyone is on the same page. So after the randomization of February that year, reminders were sent over the next 6 months based on which group treatment group you were assigned to, and then we observed repayment throughout September, which is when the deadline was. And this table shows the ITT, the intent to treat results. Again, some details, we can talk about the standard errors and all that, but basically they're clustered at the group level, and there are fixed effects that are based on the stratification. So you see in this table that reminders increased on-time payment by 2 percentage points. And as is typical for this NGO, the deadline was extended once by 3 weeks because the overall repayment rate was only 75% as of the initial deadline, which was September 2nd. So that's why you see here there are two columns. There's repayment by the initial deadline and repayment by the final deadline, and those are two different outcomes we want to look at. And you see that while final repayment did increase because of the reminders, it actually only recovered payment from about 400 farmers. So this is a very small but statistically significant impact just because of the size of our experiment. And what we're seeing here is that reminders mostly just advanced payment. They help people meet the original deadline, but they didn't really affect whether people ultimately paid or not. Getting into the effect of group treatment. So we see that there's an insignificant effect of T1, which means that there was no spillover effects of individual reminders to untreated group members. And this is where the study gets a little unexpected. If we look at the T2 effect, we find that group reminders had a small negative impact on timely repayment, but no effect on final repayment. So this appears as though the group reminders actually took pressure off of people a little bit without affecting their final repayment status. And we spend a lot of time in the paper discussing this result, and I want to spend the remainder of the time talking about the different investigations we did with the data to try to explain this. But one note is that, a key finding of this negative group reminder effect is that it was driven by untreated farmers. So that means that if these reminders were to be scaled up, the negative group reminder effect wouldn't be a concern, right? Because everyone is treated if we fully scale this up to the entire population of the microfinance clients. But still, I think from an academic perspective, and just to understand how group reminders could work in other contexts, we want to understand what happened in this particular trial, especially because group reminders were the innovation that we set out to test in the first place. And the leading explanation that we have after investigating different possibilities is that group reminders spread information from treated farmers to untreated farmers in a way that reduced pressure on the untreated farmers. So the untreated farmers who were most likely to be affected by these group reminders negatively were those that were in groups that were lagging collectively, and those who still had a high outstanding balance themselves individually when the reminder started going out. So a heterogeneity analysis that's based on pre-reminder balances to avoid any sort of endogeneity concerns seems to support this explanation pretty strongly.
Sorry, Milan, can you wrap up in 30 seconds maybe?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So heterogeneity analysis. Anyway, let me say it in a more intuitive way so that we can talk about it more in the Q&A. Imagine if your group leader came to you and said, "Come on, pay up, we're really behind." That could make you feel okay about being late because others in your group are clearly also behind schedule. And that would be especially tempting if you have a high remaining balance. So that's how we explain the discouraging effect of group reminders. We also conducted a cost-benefit analysis to see if this is worth continuing. And again, it's pretty straightforward. It's, as is often the case with nudges, they're very cheap to deliver and the benefits are very modest, but significant. So we find that this is cost effective. Again, we can get into the results in the Q&A if you want. And now I will conclude since we're running out of time. The innovation in this study was group reminders, and that idea came from farmers themselves. But it seems that they weren't comfortable or perhaps just not effective in using that group information to pressure their peers. And we find that group reminders didn't increase repayment. There could be some settings in which group reminders do manage to leverage social pressures and improve outcomes. And we think that there are a few reasons why this setting was actually not conducive for group reminders to work. And if we can talk about it during the Q&A, that would be great. But we think that there's good reason to think that it would work in other settings. But on the bright side, simple nudges were found to be cost effective. and is often the case when there are significant treatment effects for behavioral nudges because they're cheap. And this is an example of how sourcing agricultural development innovations from farmers themselves can work. And it's yet another example of how moving agricultural support services into the digital age can improve development outcomes. So thank you, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Milan, for an interesting presentation. Let me just go straight to the discussion. Let me invite Xiaobo He. He?
Yeah, yes,
Sorry.
yes, thank you. Yeah,
Right, in
that's
Chinese.
the correct one.
Sorry. Associate Professor, School of Business, Shanghai University International Business Economics, People's Republic of China. The floor is yours. Oh,
Can you see the screen? Yeah, can you see my slides?
yes. Please go ahead.
So, well, thank you for inviting me to discuss this well-written and well-designed paper. So I only have some clarification questions and very quick comments. So we have enough time to discuss the paper in the Q&A part. So this paper tests the effects of both individual and group-based reminders designed for a group liability setting. So the effect of different types of text messages is tested through block RCT. So the impacts of individual reminders and group reminders were tested, as we have already seen. Individual reminders increase on-time repayments by about 2%, but group reminders have a negative effect on lagging farmers in underperforming groups. So because I have already read the paper, I have some clarified questions. So in the paper, I did not find the farm level variables. So maybe Dr. Thomas can show us. And what if the authors do not control for T1 and T2 in table 3? So maybe I missed something here, but this is just a very quick question. And also a very small question about table 3 in the paper. So what is the reference group for specification 2 in table 3? So these are very minor questions. So my comments only for 2 points. So if someone can read the paper, we find a lot of interesting results. But what is the key take-home message for the whole paper? So I see a lot of results. It took me a while to think about what is the key one. Also, the last question, and what I'm interested in is the how to say the mechanism. So can we access to more individual information like individual taste or preference? I know this is really difficult, but can we find something to a proxy for individual taste or preference so that we can explore more about heterogeneity in table 8, because that table shows a lot of tests for heterogeneity. Okay, that's all my comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. He, for this concise but it's very important questions. Milan, would you like to answer some of these comments that Dr. He raised? In the meantime, can you, other participants, if you have questions, can you start typing the Q&A, please? Go ahead, Milan.
Yes, thank you, Professor He, for reading the paper and your thoughtful comments and questions. Very important clarifying questions that you've asked. On the farmer level, I think one theme in both your comments and clarifying questions that I should be upfront about is that the farmer level data we have is quite basic, right? Because this is a big program, and we have basic information like gender, the age, the number of seasons that they've been enrolled with this program. We have information on the groups in terms of their size and their past performance in the program. We have whether the farmers have phones or not. Of course, over 99% of them do. So we have a lot of basic information. But in terms of more detailed demographic information and things about preference, those are things that, of course, would be very valuable for further investigating. We don't have them now, but one of the nice things about this program that we've been working with at 1 Acre Fund is that they have a high rate of retention and repeated clientship over the years. So it's always possible to do follow-on rider surveys to get the kind of information you're asking about. So this is definitely a possibility for future extensions. And thank you for raising it. It's something that we've been thinking about. My co-authors and I are always trying to find ways to not only do additional experiments with this microfinance program, but also understand more the clients on the other side of this. So that's your question about the farmer level variables. In terms of what's controlled for, the ones that I mentioned, they are included in the fixed effects throughout the regression. So we control for what we can. In terms of the questions you have on table 3, so I actually can't. Is table 3 one of the ones that I presented in the presentation? I would have it in the additional slides. So let me just go through and you can tell me which one you're asking about. Do you mind if I share for a second? You
yes.
have it here. Oh, you have it. Okay, great. Okay. Okay, so your question is, what if we don't include the T1 and T2 controls, right? So throughout the study, what we generally find is that the treatment effects are all driven by whether or not you as an individual were assigned to treatment, right? So whether you're an individual, you're an individually treated farmer in a treated group. So we did try dropping the T1 and T2 variables as you suggest, and they make virtually no difference to the final results. Okay. What was your third clarifying question?
Let me find it. Sorry. So what is the reference group for specification 2 in table 3?
Okay, so the reference group would be untreated farmers and untreated groups. Yeah.
Untreated farms, untreated.
So it's farmers who were
control group.
Yes, control group. Yes, exactly. Yeah, untreated farmers and untreated groups. Yeah. I think that on your comments, I addressed the first one about the preferences. Basically, we're in total agreement that it would be interesting. On your first, I flipped the order. On your first comment on the paper providing too many results for readers, this is something that we completely agree with and struggled with in early drafts of the paper. So what you'll see is that in this presentation, and sorry if this is a bit of a discussion just between Professor He and I, because the audience actually hasn't seen all that other stuff.
Yes.
Basically, we've drastically simplified the paper by making the distinction between individual reminders and group reminders, exactly because of what you're saying. For those of you who haven't seen the paper, we have many sub-treatments in the actual experiment. But what we find is, first of all, there's not a lot of difference among the sub-treatments. And second of all is that a lot of the effects are small, and because they're spread out over so many different groups, we think that we're probably underpowered to detect those sub-treatment differences anyway. So I think that the main takeaway of this paper has always been and should have been about the individual versus the group reminders, and this interesting result about the disincentivizing effect that group reminders can have in certain settings, as well as the cost-benefit analysis on the individual reminders, which I think is always valuable because, when we're working, this is a large NGO, but of course, margins for microfinance institutes are always very narrow. And if we can find any ways that are cost-effective for improving the operations, even in a small way, this can really affect the farmers' ability to get the inputs that they need and get them on time, which is an issue that Michael talked about yesterday in his keynote. So thank you again, Professor He. If there's any follow-up, please let me know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this kind of replies. And yes, great. That's a great paper, actually.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, I would like to open the questions and comments to the floor. If there's anybody who would like to, yes, I see hands. First one is Dil. Do you want to come in first?
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you, Mel, for the great presentation. I think it was sense to our audience and also especially because the paper is coming from Africa, and also you are dealing with a very interesting NGO, One Acre Funds. I'd just like to echo what Professor He has said, in the sense that when you talk about the peer pressure decreases over a period of time. So I just wanted to know, how many periods did you monitor? If it is one period, it could be because the people are not putting pressure because they're the people who are in the group, and they may be going through a difficult time, or there may have been some shock. So maybe they are a little lenient. So did you try to control for that that variable shocks or some situation? Because if somebody has encountered some economic shocks, then I'm sure the peer pressure would decrease because then they are part of the same group. Yeah, just.
Yeah, that's a Michiko. Shall I answer that one, or are we collecting?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So thank you, Dil. That's an excellent point, and you're actually right that if you look at the final repayment rate for this trial, it was around 93%, which you may recall is actually a little bit low for this NGO, and that's because this was a year in which it wasn't exactly a drought, but the rains were not as expected. So it was indeed a difficult year, and that the beautiful thing about this kind of trial is it's very very cheap to implement. So trying it again and perhaps tweaking it in ways to try to improve the performance of group reminders is something that we are very interested in. And you're absolutely right that because we just did this in 1 year, it's hard to say anything with anything generalizable about the group reminders. But that said, I think it's still interesting that this result emerged for this year from an economic research perspective. I think that's very interesting, especially because bad years do happen, and it's important to know what happens in those contexts. So thank you.
Thank you. Let me invite the comments, questions from, the Raja. Do you want to come in?
Hello. Thank you, Melon. So I'm Raja from ADVI. So I'm working with Dr. Dil in ADVI itself. And then it's a very, very interesting paper. And then you have done a very nice field experiment. So I also run several lab in the field experiments in some of my works. And I think I want to know, what was the rationale that you guys were really looking into the individual versus the group first? And also, I think when it comes to the rural farmers, so there are some sort of mechanism that it is working, right? So more intuitively, it feels to me that groups should be more effective, right? But the result is opposite. And I think so, because that is what I think that studies coming here much more interesting, that we are really interested to know that why it is happening in that part. And I think more digging into it and giving more clarification, because for example, the rural farmers, I have done some works in between the cooperation between the rurals and the urban societies, and then I have found the rural peoples cooperate more, right? So there is some kind of mechanism, for example, it could be an insurance-based mechanism, and that is really helping people's farmers to really work together and survive in the hard environment, right? Then what happened to the group, right? And then in the economics literature, they really find that groups are more competitive than the individual. So that kind of findings are also there, right? So maybe somewhere, I think this clarification will be something nice, I think, to hear about, I think. Yeah. So this is more the question, it's kind of comments I just wanted to share with you.
Thank you so much, Raja, because you're raising a point that I really wanted to discuss during the presentation. So one is that we should be clear that what we're not testing out here is the effect of group liability itself. That is a common thing that is part of One Acre Fund's model. That's not going to change. And as you said, group liability has been proven to work in many settings. So we are taking that as given. what we are testing is whether individual reminders versus group reminders work. And one thing that I think is clearer in the paper than I made it in the presentation is that the problem we're trying to address is late payment, with an understanding that there are many economic behavioral reasons for why people could be paying late. It could be that they just are forgetting. It could be that they're procrastinating. It could also be, because of the group liability thing, that there's a lack of coordination among group members. So what the experiment we tried to do is, what the experiment was evaluating is using individual reminders and group reminders to see which of those explanations for late payments we can actually address. So the individual reminders were all about inattention. They were about reminding a person about their own loan and saying, hey, don't forget, September 2nd is coming, you need to pay. The group reminders were designed to address this lack of coordination and say, you know, you may have repaid yours, but there are other people in your group that haven't, and you should try to get on them so that your group repays, right? So this is all taking the group liability setting as given. So I think that in this setting, what we're finding is that we are able to improve repayment through bringing attention to the deadline. We weren't able so far to improve coordination, and that could be because coordination is already pretty good. And this is something that we discussed, that these group members were meeting once a week to begin with. So we think they were already in pretty good discussion. And that could explain why these group reminders aren't really adding anything. People are already talking to each other. They already know how they're doing. So getting a reminder about your group in that kind of setting might not be so effective. They're living in close quarters. And that's why I said at the end of the presentation that although group reminders didn't work as intended in this setting, we really believe that the deck was stacked against us. And even though the farmers gave us the idea, there were reasons why it didn't quite work out that way. And it's worth trying again in other ways in this setting, and also trying it in other settings, perhaps in developing Asia.
Yeah, I think like definitely, I think I totally agree with you. And I think for me, like when I listen to your presentation, and what really clicks to my mind is like, I think that the group, the mass decision work has just so much of information that is like really trying to tell us. And that is really where the thrust of your entire work is, and like, which is very unique and then very informative for me. So that's what I feel very interesting. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Raja. Great to meet you.
Thank you. That was very, very good discussion. The time is up, but it's I just wanted to provide before closing a little bit of comment on this one. For many of us who's been working in a microfinance institution for decades, first of all, I think it's the one thing that about, you might want to explain about flexible repayment. This is very something unusual for this agriculture financing. Often what happens, we have found in Asia is the microfinance institution do not invest in agriculture financing, period. We've been sort of tried to come up with all sorts of interventions to, the nudge MFIs to go into agriculture, but it's a way much of this risk taking happens in a group setting. It could be one way of this peer pressure to utilize for agriculture, but many of us MFIs do not do that because it's for the trading, the short period of this food trading, so there's a little bit of micro enterprises, it works. But agriculture, it's a very inherent risk of all this shocks coming. Like, in fact, you don't really want to do this group. I mean, I'm very surprised that the 1 Acre Fund is doing this flexible and a group liability for agriculture. Wow, you're taking a block of risk. And if this some sort of like shocks out of the disease or something wipe out all the crops, you risk hold the entire portfolio. So that's very interesting. But it's a sort of like an onset of this agriculture minded MFI intervention. It's maybe it's common in Kenya. But as in Asia, it's not common. In fact, my MFI go into the group-based liability for the agriculture. This is something new. But it's for the audience who's been engaged in MFIs, I think there's a common discussion. In fact, there has been a lot of drive to lead the MFIs to finance the food system intervention, which is very hard to come by in Asia. So that's one clarification might helpful. There are a lot of other things maybe I can separately discuss with you. This is really interesting paper. Thank you very much for your contribution. And thank you very much for the participants for the great comments and discussion also. Dr. Hare, thank you so much. So in the interest of time, I'd like to move on to the next paper. Thank you, Millen.
Thank you.
And now the next paper, the paper 19, smartphone-based digital extension service and rural incomes, evidence from Zhejiang province. I can't really pronounce well, and I don't know exactly which province. If you show me the the characters, then I'll understand. In People's Republic, China. Let me invite the Professor Chen Ji, Associate Professor, China Academy for Rural Development, Zhenjiang University, People's Republic of China. Dr. Ji, would you like to come in?
Yes. Hey, thank you, Professor Katagami. This is Ji Chen from CARD, Zhejiang University. And it's my pleasure to have the opportunity to present our study here on this ADBI and RDE Special Issue Conference. And the title of our research is Smartphone-Based Digital Extension Service and Rural Incomes, Evidence from Zhejiang Province in China. My co-authors are Dr. Zhuo Ni, Dr. Li Baozhi, and Dr. Zhu Qibiao from Zhejiang Academy of Agricultural Sciences. So the outline of my presentation is like this, which includes the introduction, background, empirical strategy, data source, as well as descriptive statistics, results and discussions, and as well as the conclusions. So let me start by introducing our research. So the persistent income gap between rural and urban areas in China and globally could impede the reduction of poverty and inequality. And policymakers put lots of attention to the vitalization of rural areas and as well to increase farmers' income. So smartphones as a second generation of mobile devices, one type of the ICT tools, according to the literature, may extend the possibilities to generate farmers' income by facilitating the delivery of extension services, enhancing agricultural products and job market participation, extending social networks, reducing households' risks via the wireless internet access and soft apps. And the Zhejiang province, which is a studying site of our study, is a common prosperity demonstration zone, as well as the pioneer in agricultural digital transformation in China. And the local government takes full advantage of ICT to promote the rural development, and smartphone-based digital extension, which we are going to talk today, is one of the ICT examples. So these are some motivations of our research, why we wanted to conduct the research to analyze the relationship between smartphone-based digital extension service and the rural incomes in Zhejiang province in China. So through a literature review, we find that there's a great body of literature regarding the ICT's influence and different outcomes, which I listed here. So primarily they focused on the relationship between ICT's adoption and farmers' welfare, as well as economic development. And generally, they found that the ICTs have positive impacts on these outcomes by overcoming farmers' difficulty in accessing the information, and as well by overcoming the difficulties in the new technology adoption. And specifically regarding the relationship between smartphone use and the farmer's income, we found that conclusions in this literature strand do not reach an agreement, as you can see here. I think probably due to the studying site and data differences as well, and due to the definitions, different definitions or measurements of income. And this highlights the need for some further studies. So I think there are some main limitations of current studies, like first, existing studies generally adopt the dummy variable whether or not a farmer uses mobile phone as independent variable, while the digital services that a farmer might receive are not specified. So we can not know particular benefits that a farmer achieve by the dummy variable. So this might partially explain why research conclusions are mixed and the studies could not analyze the possible mechanisms how ICT influence the rural income. So some very fresh articles I highlight here, the 3 published ones have tried to address this limitation of previous studies by estimating the influence of personalized digital extension services on agriculture and farm performances. 2 of them were published in AJE and 1 of them was published on PLOS One. And they analyzed the particular digital extension service on farmers province. But they reported evidences from Nigeria and India. So we think that literature still remains thin and no empirical evidence was reported from China. And another limitation is that the current studies primarily applied panel data, and the studies applied staggered DID method are limited. And accordingly, our paper contributes to the literature in the following ways. First, we try to understand the particular digital extension service, which is a soil testing formula fertilizer WeChat application named Zheyangshi, as an independent variable and test its effects on the rural incomes. And secondly, we, instead of using cross-sectional data, we have a unique database, which is a household panel data of 400 farmers in Zhejiang province over the past 5 years. And we perform a staggered DID method to address the possible selection bias. And finally, we contributed to the literature by providing some evidences from China, which could provide some policy implication for other developing economies in the world. So I will briefly introduce the background. Firstly, crop production in Zhejiang province. Zhejiang province locates in the southeast China, and it endows with very restrained natural resources. But output value of Zhejiang province planting industry is pretty huge, which accounts for over 40% of the total agricultural output value in its province. And the local government tries to design an WeChat app, Zheyangshi, which is to promote the soil testing formula STF fertilizer use. So we know STF fertilizer is an important input source for crop planting, and it is considered as a sustainable agricultural practice because it addresses the importance to use the fertilizer in a more efficient way based on personalized, tailored fertilizer advice according to the soil quality tests. And it is supported and encouraged by the local governments to use the STF fertilizer. So traditionally, the governments provide STF information source like here, making them into STF cards, like the brochures here or posters here on the bulletin board. The problem is that the information were general but not tailored to different farms, and the information is quite comprehensive, which requires high literacy of the farmers. And so the Zheyangshi WeChat application is designed by the Digital Institute of the Ministry of Agriculture of Zhejiang Province. By incorporating here, you can see some technology like these to test the quality of the soils of the farms in Zhejiang province. So WeChat is an application kind of like WhatsApp, a Chinese version. So this is a QR code. If you're interested, you can scan. And so here I provide some screenshots of the WeChat, Zheyangshi WeChat application. As you can see, if you insert your farm name here, you will find the detailed information and your soil quality information and very personalized service on how you should use the fertilizer based on your soil quality, and as well based on what kind of crops that you are going to grow in the coming season. And our empirical strategy here is straightforward DID specification, as you can see in this equation, where YIT is the rural income, so farm I in the year T, and treat IT is farmer I's treatment status equals to 1 for the year that farmer I adopted the digital extension service and for the years after, and 0 otherwise. And phi I are the farmer fixed effects, DT are the time fixed effects, and EIT is a vector of time varying socioeconomic factors, which serve as the control variables. And the key parameter that we are interested in is the beta 1 here. So the data set we applied in this paper is very unique household level panel data, which comes from annual longitudinal survey to 400 farmers in Zhejiang province from 2017 to 2021, organized by Zhejiang Academy of Agricultural Sciences, and information included in this survey are listed here. Can have a look. So we provide descriptive statistics in this table 1 of the whole sample. As you can see, we use 3 indicators to represent the rural incomes, which are soil testing, fertilizer, crop income, the farm income, which refers to the agriculture production income, household income, which refers to the total household income. And over 1/3 of the farmers have adopted the Zhejiang Shi WeChat application, which forms a treatment group, and the rest of the farmers form the control group. So from the descriptive statistics, we can see clearly that the treatment group and the control group are different, significantly different in terms of the STF crop income and the farm income, while the difference is not significant in terms of the household income. Certainly, this is just a mere descriptive statistics, so it does not generate to the final conclusion. So before we report the baseline results, we also perform the pre-trend tests on the STF crop income and farm income, the 2 key dependent variables. So we can see that in the previous years before the current year, when the farmers adopt the digital extension service, the significance between control and treatment group are not so significant. The difference is not so significant, while the differences between control and treatment group are becoming significant after the current year, when the farmers adopt the digital extension service. And this is a similar trend for farm income. So we report our baseline results here. The DID estimates show that the adoption of the digital extension service, Zhejiang Shi WeChat application, would increase the STF crop income by 17%. And it will increase farm income by almost 16%, while its effect on the household income is not significant. And we also conduct some robustness checks by using different scenarios. Here, like in scenario A, we added some additional control variables. And in scenario B, we used the balanced period over 2018 to 2021 because household income data were collected since 2018. And as well, we use the scenario C, the alternative DID specification. We can see that generally The results are robust and just some bit differences in the magnitudes. So we also did a placeable tests on the STF crop income and farm income by replacing the real samples, the real adopters of smartphone-based digital extension service. So we randomly chose the farmers from the 400 farmer samples and replace them replace the farmers who really adopted the service. And we should not expect the significant influence from this false sample, right? So we can see that the results fit our expectation, and very few times you can see this false sample would have real influence on the crop income and farm income. So,
Dr. Chenji, can you wrap up in a minute? Sorry.
Yes, sure. Coming to the conclusions and discussions. And so we conclude here, I think that from our analysis, soil testing, formula fertilizer, digital extension, Zhejiang application, and thus enhance the crop farmers' STF, crop income, and farm income, which means that it plays a positive role in promoting crop production and income growth of the farmers. And I think our conclusions may imply that policymakers should continue to expand and penetrate the use of Zhejiang WeChat application to a larger number of crop farmers in Zhejiang province. Actually, the government is doing so. And the empirical evidence from Zhejiang province also could have some implications for policymakers in other regions in China, and even for other developing countries to adopt agricultural digital extension service as an important ICT tool to enhance crop farmers' income. And so this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for listening, and I look forward to your questions and comments. Thanks again.
Thank you very much for interesting presentation and evidence that from the impact of this WeChat. This is something that we I've seen for the first time in the literature. Anyway, let me invite now this discussion, Dr. Hiroyuki Egami, Assistant Professor, College of Economics from Nihon University, Japan. Dr. Egami?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you for the invitation. Can I share my screen?
Please do.
Okay. So can you see it?
Perfect.
All right. So let me quickly go. So thank you for the presentation, Dr. Chen. I read the paper and I really enjoyed and learned a lot from the paper. And let me quickly make some comments. So here's a quick overview, although the presentation was already very easy to understand. So the question is, how does the WeChat application sending fertilizer management recommendations affect the income of Chinese rural farmers? And they use DID using panel data. And the finding is the app developed by the Chinese local government increases the farmers' income by around 20%. So the contribution is this as the evidence of to the emerging literature on the effect of smartphone apps supporting rural farmers. And here are some major comments. So my first one is about the contribution of this study. So as long as if I understand correctly, this is the first study of province level intervention of a farm supporting app. And in contrast, previous studies apps target a limited population, like an RCT. But this app is available for anyone in the province and also promoted by the local government. And I think this is important. So it's a question of scaling. So by RCT, we don't know whether an app for farmers impact equally when many farmers adopted the app. And so this study can say something about this, and the diminishing positive effect of the app shown by the event study might be saying something about this. And so recently scaling has been attracting the interest. So the author may want to stress more about this because this is a big difference from the previous studies, and it might be interesting for you to check the voltage effect written by John List. This is the first one. And the second question comment is about adoption of the WeChat app. So I would recommend the authors to argue the endogenous adoption of the WeChat app clearly. There must be determinants of adoption, and adopting the app might be correlated with other factors like improvement in tech savviness. So the previous studies facing similar problems, you showed that they examined the correlation between the new technology adoption, in this case app adoption, and other lagged socioeconomic variables. Showing there's no correlation on this might be an option to show robustness. So you may want to show the lagged socioeconomic variables does not predict technology adoption. And here are some final major comment. So like a very simple question, curiosity: why not all farmers use the app very quickly? I mean, it was developed in 2016, but still only 150 over 400 farmers use the app in 2021, and I feel this is a bit I wonder why. And you show a screenshots of the app, and it's provided in English, and is the app provided in English, and whether that makes um, it difficult for many rural farmers to adopt. This is you may want to write a little bit more about this kind of things. And after beginning development of the app in 2016, the local government introduced this to counties, experimental counties, and they next moved to promotion at promise level in 2020. So you may want to describe a little bit more about this, and if possible, if you can use county level variation of the government promotion, it might be helpful for identification. And shall I stop here, or shall I make some technical comments? What do you think, Dr. Katagami?
Are there many technical comments? Maybe you can go through this, and then maybe.
Okay, not many.
Okay,
then I can
please
yeah.
do.
All right. So here are some technical comments. First one is about event study. So how you define a reference year was unclear in the main text of the paper, and in the figures you show in those figures you show estimates of the current year, which is a reference year, the current year of the adoption of the technique, the app, and as long as I know, the reference year would not have an estimate, so there might be some misunderstanding of mine. And also in period -1 before the adoption, so both figures show statistically significant pre-trend, and I think you should explicitly talk about this in the paper, or you just can select period -1 as the reference period, and I think that's more common, and this problem will be solved just by, well, it's kind of a very technical thing, but it will be solved. There's no statistically significant pre-trend if you change the reference year. And you show alternative DID specifications, but there was no equation. So please write that. And there's no mentioning about how you calculated the standard errors. You may also want to talk mention about it. And the rest is a very minor comments. So I think I can send you by email. I really enjoyed reading the paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the very good sets of comments, and Dr. Yagami. And Dr. Chenji, do you want to come in and respond?
Yes, sure. Thank you so much, Professor Egami. Thank you for the comments. I think they are very valuable and very insightful for me and for us to improve the manuscript in the future. So I will try to respond all the comments one by one because I may not remember all of them. I will try. First, I think it's very good to, let me see. I think it's very good that you mentioned the ICT studies recently. Certainly, we would want that, ideally, we would want that we can perform ICT, right? We want the smartphone-based digital extension use is randomly aligned to the farmers. But unfortunately, we are not able to do this due to some difficulties. So that's why we use the staggered DID. And you mentioned that the app is available for anyone. Yes, we think this is a very good point because the app's influence should not be the same for each individual farmer, and it's going to be good for us if we do some heterogeneous effects by dividing the farmers into different groups according to their characteristics. Yes, and yes, and the diminishing positive effect that show in the event study, right? We also found this trend. It seems that after the current year of the farmer uses smartphone-based digital extension, the effect shows a declining trend. So it means that in earlier years of the adoption, the effects are higher than the latter years of the adoption. So I think it might be explained like maybe the farmers are more and more acquainted with smartphone-based digital extension and rely less and less on these WeChat applications. So the influence of these applications might not that high like in the very early time when they use the extension service. And I think you recommend, yes, to argue the indigenous adoption of WeChat application. What are the determinants? Yes, we didn't present the determinants of the adoption, thinking that we are using a panel data. So, but yes, we can do this in the next step. Yes, we have the results there, but just did not present them. And we think that the indigenous problem is in this study is not the exactly same like the endogenous problem that we discussed in the cross-sectional data, because we have the pre-trained tests. So in these pre-trained tests, we can provide some arguments that treatment groups and control groups are not significantly different before the adoption. So we might explain this by these pre-trained tests. And yes, I think it's a very good recommendation that you pointed out. We may add some lagged socioeconomic variables as an option to examine the correlation between technology and adoption. okay, and other lag variables. And I think you have a very good point here, and asking why the percentage of the farmers using this extensional service is not that high in 2021. Yes, I think this is something that we got some feedback from the local government officials a few days ago, and they told us that the farmers, sometimes the farmers feel some difficulty in using and understanding these WeChat application because of the educational level, for example. And on the other hand, a problem of this application has, at least till now, it does not have a very instant communication way. So when the farmers have problems in using STF fertilizer or using the app, they could not get a quick response from the experts, so that's why that's some obstacles that they have. And I think this is one of the reasons why it is not adopted by so many farmers. And another thing I think is that my co-author reflected to me, it's because the government does not provide many trainings to the farmers personally in different events. So this is also why some of the farmers still feel difficult and hesitated to use this extensional service. Actually, I have numbers here. The government has already promoted the extensional service to 90% of the agriculture-related counties in Zhejiang province, and over 16,000 entities have registered this APP, and around 6,000 farmers are using it. So I think it's probably also might because we have only 400 farmers sample here, so it might not cover a huge sample of the farmers in the whole province. So this might respond to your question. And I think it's very good here you raise this point. I think we will try to do that. You said we can use the county level variation of the government promotion and as identification. Yes, we will try to gather the timeline information of when these counties adopted, when these counties were promoted in the government to use extension. So I think it's a very good idea for us to do a further analysis, use a different identification variable. Thank you very much. I think maybe there are more comments. Maybe I can see. Yes, in the equation, yes, you are right. We also found this point that in the -1 in the window time, in the -1 d -1, it seems that it becomes a little significant. So we will try to use the different current year definition to see if we will get better results in this pre-trend analysis. But we think that it not will affect our baseline results and robustness checks. So in the future, we will try to improve this point. Are these or alternative DID specification is a specification that we do not include any control variables. So it's like a raw DID specification. So yeah, so that's why you can see the alternative DID specification show higher magnitudes of the significance in the scenario C in the robustness checks. How the standard errors are calculated. I think they are village clustered or county level clustered. I will check with my co-authors. Yeah. Okay, some other minor comments. Yes.
Oh,
yes.
you received my slides.
Yes.
Oh, I see. I see. It's good to know that.
No, I didn't receive your slides before.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, okay. I think I will send it.
So I just got your instant feedback, comments on my study.
Yeah.
Just a few minutes ago. So I didn't have your slides. So yes, yes, for the minor comments, yes, we will try to provide more explanations in details on how we measure the farm income and household income. And the journal name seems wrong. Okay, we will check.
So just final feedback. So you mentioned that you might be able to use county level variation of the intervention, and then you can use it as an instrumental variable, and you can use IV approach, and you can solve this endogeneity problem of adoption of WeChat app, and that is done by several papers, because I do some studies on mobile money adoption and its effect on well-being. So those are the good papers using instrumental variable and also using household fixed effect with time, time fixed effects, but still need to treat the endogeneity adoption of the technology, and then they use instrumental variable. So you may want to check it.
Sure, I understand. Thank you very much for recommendation. Yes, we will try the IV and as you recommended, to see if we can solve this endogeneity problem better. Yes, and thank you for the reference of these articles. We will absolutely go for them and read them and refer to them. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this detailed, good discussion on this. Time is up, but there's a one hand raised. So do you want to come in, Yishin? Briefly.
Yes, thank you very much for Takagami-san, and thank you very much for Ji-Chen, a wonderful presentation. I just say one word. Yeah, Zhejiang province is one of the richest provinces in China. And Zhejiang province is also the home of Alibaba and a lot of ICT companies. And I also hope Zhejiang province will take lead of the green agriculture in the era of digital. So please go ahead. Thank you very much. And Zhejiang actually means Zigzag River. It is part of the Yangtze River, one of the longest river in the world. So I hope in the future, we can get a lot of study on agriculture, digital agriculture from Zhejiang province. I'm very pleased to see a lot of research paper at this conference. Come from Zhejiang. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Takagami-san. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Yao.
I second on that. This is very interesting. I mean, we would like to see the final papers, and this is there's a positive prospect of this at Digital Agriculture Services. Just for the clarification, I think that one of those questions that was asking how prevalent this that the app is available. I think you answered so many of this that are within the province. I think this are available, and it's the local government is pushing for this one. And also, am I right to understand this is based on the soil analytics? There's a suggestion about what to grow and also how much the fertilizer to be applied at the certain time or quantity. That's the nature of the services, right? So
yes.
Okay. Thank you very much for the very, very good paper. Thank you very much for the discussion, Egami-san, and all the other people who sent the comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Karagami.
Thank you. Time is up, and I'm supposed to conclude, but it's this is really, for me, it was really insightful and learning a lot in the field of pre-presentation. Briefly, I mentioned on behalf of the ADBs and investment teams, we have the agribusiness value chain development working group, internal group of the project teams that is investing in both sovereign and non-sovereign operations, and also the same sort of group of the project that is looking at this climate smart agriculture solutions. So both of the teams are looking at this digital agriculture so that adaptations to achieve the objective of this integrating into the millions of smallholder farmers into the commercial value chain, which is not the case right now. And also they said that disseminate the low carbon and resilient practices in the wider area of Asia. So this, we have a high hope. And then we see the very interesting sort of evidences popping out of this conference. And I'm really encouraged to see these interesting bits and pieces of evidences. One of the challenges that I see also is from the standpoint of the policymakers and also the people who's actually willing to invest in this sphere is that one of the things I think the professor, the Barbiers mentioned is about this, that how do we do this at the digital agriculture sort of service providers business plan, business cases for this, many of the startups and many of the services providers looking at the serving for the smallholders. First thing they say is that the transaction costs, and also that they have to rapidly upscale to make it as sort of the viable businesses, the ongoing concern to serve for these farmers for years to come, which is very, very challenging. So that's where we come in and try to just help them scale. So that's, we need to see a lot more evidence. So we are willing to collaborate with many of those research teams who you're interested. And in fact, I would like to introduce, I think Milan is a part of the team, isn't it? That there's ADB has also had a function of this, the experimental sort of design of some of the activities and do the impact evaluation. I think there's a funding. I'm not sure whether it's still ongoing. Maybe we can get back to you for those interested if you reach out to us, and then maybe we can do the collaborative sort of interesting insight inducing through the impact evaluation. Another thing that I would like to mention is from the demand side, from the standpoint of the smallholder farmers, what they want to see happen is the one shot of those combined inputs, not just for the piecemeal of this, okay, weather is this, soil is that, market that, and logistics works that way. And it is the aggregation of the farm. And often we see a lot of the cases that if you want to make a better income out of the farms, not individual farming works for the commercial sense. That's more often we have to consider the aggregation at the farm gate. So there's lots of interesting challenges embedded in the food security and also the food system transformation. And we need a lot more of this works that we like to fill in that knowledge gap to going forward. And there'll be a lot of strategic work coming ahead, particularly in the area of this digital divide, digital the poverty trap that's also coming. We would like to understand a lot more in a specific context and specific logical, the social groups focused or the geographical area, so that we can advise the policymakers accordingly. So it was a really rich discussion. Thank you very much for active participation. With that, I would like to conclude this session and then give the floor back to you, dear. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michiko-san. We really appreciate. Thank you for your time, and thanks to everyone. Thank you so much for participating in this session. It was very great, and we had Michiko-san, and she really did a very interesting moderations. We are very grateful to her. Now, as we move to the next sessions, we have Dr. Sujata Gupta, who will be chairing the session. Dr. Sujata Gupta, she is the Director for Sustainable Infrastructures Division, East Asia, ADB Philippines. Thank you so much, Dr. Sujata, for being here with us despite your busy schedules. We are really grateful to you for being with us. Let me give a brief background about Dr. Sujata Gupta to those who don't know her. Dr. Sujata Gupta, as I told you, she's the Director for Sustainable Infrastructure Division of ADB. She joined ADB in 2003 and has worked on public and private sector of ADB, as well as for resource mobilization for development partners. Dr. Sujata a PhD from London Business School, University of London, and a master's and bachelor's from University of Delhi. Before joining ADB, Dr. Sujata was senior fellow and director of Policy Analysis Division at TERI, the Tata Energy Research Institute, New Delhi. She also worked as a visiting researcher at the International Institute of Applied System Analysis in Austria. She was a member of United Nations UNFCCC CDM methodology for baseline and monitoring panel 2002 to 2005, and a coordinating lead author for the second, third, fourth, and fifth assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Thank you so much, Dr. Sujata. I'd like to give the floor to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Aut, or Dil, if I may call you that.
Sure.
It's indeed a pleasure for me to be here, and I'm very excited and looking at the papers that have been presented so far. I could attend a few sessions, and I especially look forward to our session today. We have four papers that would be presented and discussed. And when I was looking at these papers, they're looking at the role or the impact of digitalization on agriculture. They're looking, I thought one paper looks at how input efficiencies can be improved, whereas the other is looking at how digitalization is an input itself into agriculture. So very, very interesting. And then how digitalization impacts us during crises, emergencies like COVID. So we have one case study for Bangladesh, and we have one for Japan. So we have a very interesting menu of discussions and presentations ahead of us for the next couple of sessions. So let me not prevent the rich discussion and invite the first speaker to make his presentation. It's my honor to invite Professor Hiroyuki Igami. We heard him in the last session. And now, Professor Igami, the sides are reversed. You will present, and somebody will comment on your paper. So let me introduce him for those of you who may be joining the session right now. So Dr. Igami is the assistant professor at Nihon University, Japan, and he's a researcher of applied econometrics. And his interests lie in public health, fertility, migration, digital technology, and very interestingly, video games. He's currently managing 2 long-term surveys. So one is in Bangladesh, where he's looking at rural-urban migrants. And the second one is in Japan, where it's looking at well-being and video games. So that is also very interesting, and it's a pity we won't be able to hear about it today. So with this, let me hand over to you, Professor Igami, and after your presentation, I will introduce the discussant for your paper and listen to him. So over to you.
Oh, thank you very much for very great invitation. So let me first share my screen, and I think I'm doing something wrong. Sorry. So screen 1. Can you?
Yes,
Sorry,
you
I
can
think
see it. It's perfect.
It's perfect? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so let me begin. It's my pleasure to get this opportunity, give my talk here. I am Hiroki Igami. And this work is a collaboration with Yukichi and Tomoya, development economists. The paper's title is Mobile Money Remittances to Cope with Aggregate Shocks, Urban Migrants in Rural Families Under the COVID-19 Lockdown in Bangladesh. So let me begin with motivation. Poor households in developing countries face many kinds of shocks, and as public safety net is not well developed, poor households can only rely on insuring themselves through informal mechanisms, including mutual aid within family networks. In developing countries, a large proportion of the population lacks access to basic financial services. Financial inclusion is a process that ensures the ease of access to financial services. Financial inclusion is important for facilitating informal risk sharing. Even if public safety net is not well developed, poor households may be able to insure themselves if they have a tool to send or receive money across long distances. And there's a situation understudied. That is, the role of rural-urban remittances for facilitating risk sharing during an aggregate shock. The research questions are: how do migrant workers and their migrant-sending households cope with the COVID-19 crisis? Migrant-sending households, this word means original households or rural households. And another research question is, what role do mobile money remittances play during the pandemic? We use event study that provides descriptive evidence, and main results are both migrant workers and their migrant sending households coped with the aggregate shock by sharing resources within intra-family network through mobile money remittances rather than other shock coping strategies such as selling assets or borrowing from neighbors. But they jointly managed to smooth food consumption fully and more general consumption partially. One may wonder why in the event of an aggregate shock, they could share the risk. This is because there's heterogeneity in the aggregate shock and the shocks seem to be relatively lighter in villages. Here's the outline. There are two strands of the literature, and this study is related with coping strategy against nationwide large shocks. McKenzie 2003. This is a study which is most closely related, and the title of this study is How Do Households Cope with Aggregate Shocks? Evidence from the Mexican Peso Crisis. And this study concludes that internal remittances showed a reduced role in smoothing risk during an aggregate shock. This is because internal remittances decreased during the shock, and rather the study focuses on international remittances because those increased. But the author admits that because of the data limitations, further study of the role of the family network in coping with aggregate shocks was prevented. For example, the study lacks detailed data of internal remittances, such as who sent money to whom. In our study, we have information of the both sides of remittances, migrant senders, and original households. Thereby, our study adds to the literature by observing the both sides and getting a more comprehensive understanding of the role of family networks in coping with aggregate shocks. Additionally, there are papers examining whether remittances from abroad is a coping strategy of aggregate shocks, but those are different from our study because our study is about intra-country risk sharing during a nationwide large shock. This study is also related to another strand of the literature, whether migrant workers and their rural families share the risk of migrant workers. To our knowledge, only a few empirical studies have investigated this issue. The results are mixed. One suggests a unilateral risk-sharing network, while the other suggests a bilateral risk-sharing network. Adding to those, our study indicates a bilateral risk-sharing network, which means the rural families also share the risk of migrant workers. Now I explain the context. In Asian countries, mobile money services companies started operation in the early 2010s and the number of users quickly grew. One of the highest population penetration rate is observed in Bangladesh. More than 45% of adults are the users. In contrast, bank accounts are owned by only 20% of the adults. In Bangladesh, many workers from rural area come to the capital city, Dhaka, and work for garment factories, which is the leading industry. And here's a map of our samples, home villages, and the factories that they work for. Red marks are the garment factories at the capital city, Dhaka, and the dots are the village households. You can see that migrant workers come from all over the nation. So they send remittances to support their family back home. And there are millions of this kind of labor migrants in Bangladesh. In this case, she sends money for her daughter and parents in the village. Here's the overview of COVID-19 pandemic in Bangladesh. On March 26, the nationwide lockdown was implemented in 2020. Travel restrictions were imposed, and it was not easy to move between Dhaka and villages during the lockdown. After a month, because the government considered its negative economic impact, garment factories were reopened. And after a month, on May 30th, the government lifted the lockdown. But even before the lockdown, Bangladesh economy has been affected by COVID-19 pandemic through the global supply chain. After the market closures in the Western countries, global apparel companies quickly stopped or cancelled orders to Bangladesh garment factories. Already on March 27th, a report was written about cancellation of orders of European countries from humanitarian point of views. As a result, decrease of exports occurred already in March, as the effect of order cancelled to the export would appear with a lag after around a month. This tells that already in late February, order cancels occurred. Also, we can see that early in June, the exports recovered. Now I give you an overview of our data collected through surveys. We began with pre-baseline survey. We first went to 13 garment factories in Dhaka and conducted surveys of the workers. In particular, we needed information whether they send remittances to village households and support students of certain grades. The criteria were for a field experiment that we were running at that time. Then we contacted the eligible workers in Dhaka and conducted the baseline survey in person. After that, we contacted their rural households by mobile phone, and we continued the following follow-up surveys by mobile phone. Here's a histogram of number of interviews. X-axis is interview date, and Y-axis is number of samples interviewed. You can see that our survey was not conducted periodically, and the blue lines show the bins of our event study. Surrounding the lockdown date of March 26, you can see that the number of observations in each bin is not the same, but there are at least 89 observations for each. So here's the overview of our study design. We analyzed responses to the shocks by collecting data of both sides, migrant workers and their rural families. This is a point that our data is unique. Let me explain the empirical specification. The event dummies are EK, and we include year dummy and 2-month season dummies to control for seasonality. We also include household fixed effects to compare within each household. We use a similar specification when examining the village side responses, but by this, we are not trying to argue that it's causal inference because we cannot completely remove confounding factors. We just define event dummies to see how households reacted to the COVID-19 pandemic in a descriptive manner. However, it's worth to mention that to our knowledge, there was no other large shocks during the COVID-19 pandemic, such as floods or strong cyclone. Also, by looking at the pre-trend, we check the robustness of the estimates. Here's our main results. We begin with checking the change of income. This is how Dhaka households' income changed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Please recall that day 0 is March 26th, the day of the beginning of the lockdown. As expected, we find there's a significant decline in household income at event period 1. The magnitude is around 33,000 taka, which is around 20% decrease, and in pre-trends, there's no pre-trend we find. And responding to the income decline, we check how migrant workers changed their remittance behavior. Now the outcome variables are remittances sent from Dhaka workers to rural families. More simply in the picture, now we focus on the remittances from migrant workers sent to migrant sending households. It is shown that they reduced the amount of remittances at event period 1. The magnitude of reduction, which is smaller than 2,000 taka, is large considering the mean is just 3,000 taka. As for the dummy remittances, though the estimate is not significant, it also suggests decline of remittances. And those results suggest that COVID-19 shock in urban area was more severe than that in rural area. This is reasonable, as it is often argued that the COVID-19 shock was more severe in urban area. And we are also interested in remittances sent from village household, how it changed, and we find no additional remittances were sent. There's a point estimate that imply a pre-trend, but at least those figures do not suggest any additional remittances sent. So we find there's no additional remittances sent. And we check that there's no asset sales responding to the COVID-19 shock. And also for borrowing behavior, we find that COVID-19 shock made it difficult for the Dhaka households to borrow money in the local informal risk-sharing network. Both the amount and the likelihood decreased. And we also find that they also did not make any additional loans. So important point is checking the consumption. How did consumption change? So the left-hand side is Dhaka consumption and right-hand side is village side consumption. And for both, we find that consumption declined in event period 0 and 1, which is while larger decline was found in event period 1. It indicates that both were not successful in perfect consumption smoothing. And this is understandable because COVID-19 shock is an aggregate shock that affects both. But this does not mean that risk-sharing mechanism was completely useless during the COVID-19 shock. So at least the Dhaka households were successful in partial consumption smoothing. When they faced the largest consumption reduction, they cut remittances and tried to smooth consumption. So by looking at the percentage decline of their consumption reduction, we can see that there was about the same percentage reduction for the worker side, migrant side, and the rural family size. This implies that they used the family network and shared the risk. And we find that the food consumption was fully smoothed. And finally, we check remittances. In peacetime, for sending remittances, it is usual for Dhaka workers to travel with money and bring money by hand or ask friends to bring money. In our data before COVID-19, 20% of remittances were sent by traveling. However, during the lockdown, travel restriction was imposed. So the upper side shows mobile money remittances and the lower side shows hand carry remittances. First, hand carry remittances from migrant workers to the village decreased due to the travel restriction. And in contrast, mobile money remittances remained stable. So it is shown that even during the COVID-19 lockdown, the workers were sending mobile money remittances to the village, and this implies that mobile money was used for sharing resources during the lockdown. So we do some robustness checks. And we talked about also limitation, but I think I'm running out of time, so I should finish here. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. And I'm sure the presentations are being shared, so the audience can get access to the presentation. Very, very interesting, Igami-san, your presentation, and indeed very, very relevant also to improve our preparedness for emergencies like COVID. Like COVID caught the whole world offshore, unprepared, totally unprepared. And I think we can learn a lot from this experience and build up our capacity to be more resilient to any such future shock. So studies like yours are very useful. Let me now invite Dr. Deepak Kumar Behera, who's the Assistant Professor of Department of Economics, Birla School of Social Sciences and Humanities, Birla Global University in India. Dr. Behera received his PhD from the prestigious Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, Chennai. And he is currently a fellow of the India Health Policy System Research Program, which is funded by the Health System Transformation Platform and also by the Tata Trust and Access Health International. His research interests include development economics, health economics, public economics, and he has published in several reputed journals like the Lancet Global Health, BMC Public Health, International Review of Economics, to name a few. He's also served as a reviewer on many of these international journals, like the Lancet Infectious Disease, BMJ Public Health, etc. So with this, Dr. Behera, let's hear from you on Igami-san's presentation. Dr. Behera, over to you.
Yes. Good morning, all of you. Thank you, madam, giving us opportunity. Is my voice is clear?
Now it is. It was a bit faint earlier, but now it's okay. But we don't see you. We don't see your picture. Can you please turn on your camera?
One second.
Sure, please. Okay, if you're having problems with the camera, we can continue. We see your presentation, so.
Is it?
Maybe,
am I audible?
Maybe I think you need to flip the camera. It's not showing your face. It's
Let me 1 second.
Dr. Behera, are you there? Okay, perfect. We can see you now. Excellent. Please go ahead.
Is it visible, madam?
Yes, yes. Very good. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, madam. So due to there's actually huge rain here in my hometown. There is some issue of internet. Thank you giving us opportunity to ADBI conference team and all the panel members of this conference. I am Dr. Deepak Kumar Behera. Today I am to discuss the paper written by my friend. This is a very important topic. Just mobile money remittance to cope with aggregates, agriculture shocks, urban migrants, rural families, and the COVID-19 lockdown in Bangladesh. So, can you go ahead in the slide? This is a very interesting paper. Remittance also I have done one paper, and this is very the study uses an event study approach, which is mostly we use in time series data, but this is a cross-sectional survey approach to explore the migrant workers and the rural family respond to the aggregate shocks associated with COVID-19 pandemic. So they found internal remittances of migrant workers play supportive sources of income during COVID-19 period. So there are different, as you know, there are different crises happen in agrarian crisis or the thing. There are different sources of to cope up with the remittance. But in this context, the author are trying to how the remittances, which is external source of income of a family, how could be a game changer, how could be cope up the domestic any types of crisis. Next. So the uniqueness of the study is that this is a very interesting study which provides some evidence how mobile technology or remittances can minimize the risk of economic crisis. So the important thing is adoption of uniqueness, the adoption of new variables. Suppose, for example, ICT activities, mobile technology, and the financial inclusions, the author has explained in first slide. These are the factors actually mobilizing or facilitating how to cope with economic crisis. Very interesting additions of the literature. Adopting 7 rounds of sample. One is pre-testing, another 6 phase of round. It's also very time consuming and it is quite interesting also. It is in health sciences we call cohort. We do phase by phase study, and this might provide guidelines to the local administrator how to minimize the crisis like COVID-19, rural urban setting. Not only this much crisis, in a crisis, any whether it is any types of pathogen or any types of natural crisis calamities. So this could be a given narrative how somebody in using the external finance can minimize the risk of reductions in the domestic economy. Next. This study is interesting, but as it is, I have gone through the paper, I feel it is that means not the appropriate stage to be a publication, other things. So I have few recommendations to improve. Although the work is very good, but I need some recommendation for the improvement. Properly, the study is not properly structured. That means there are many subsections is there. That there is not proper format like introductions, literature review or methodology, results, discussion, conclusion, not proper format. Many sections, then it will make the readers confused and it's very difficult to grasp which section, how many things is coming, not properly structured. That author should take into considerations if they want to publish the paper. So that graphs and tables need to prepare very clear and concise. Author have used econometric models like fixed effect, other things, but they are not represented in tabular form. They're showing the bar diagram, but it should be some clear-cut tabular form where somebody can listen what is the elasticity, what is the coefficient values of one variables to other variables. These are missing. And pre and post COVID period is confusing. The author have taken pre-COVID is very shorter period. Pre-COVID is taken a long period, but post-COVID is only COVID period. So I hope if the comparison should be in same time periods, let's say in the World Bank have brought out one survey of COVID-19 of maternal child health access. They have taken 3 month pre-COVID and 3 month post-COVID. Then they are analyzing what could be the determinants for poor access to maternal child health. Similar context, author have taken pre-COVID is a longer period, 3-4 years, I think. Then post-COVID only 6 months something. So this comparison is not proper. When you comparing pre and post, the time gap or same period should be same. Then only you will know, okay. These are the factors actually newly emerged when there will be COVID, like regular restrictions, not availability of any transport facilities or something. Next. Author has used many graphs to represent event shocks. It will better to give some tables or numerical tables. That would be great. But empirical analysis using economic technique necessary to find influence of one variable to one or more variables. Author has used fixed different model. I want to know whether they have used any test of like endogeneity. Is there any they have used any instrument for that or not? Because there is so much heterogeneity is there among the samples. How they have tackled this, whether they have done any heteroscedasticity test, diagnostic test or not. And it is not clear how author has conducted telephonic interview. What is the source of information of the respondents? How they have this information not available in the paper. How they have contacted the eligible participant. How they receive the telephonic interview. Those are the things. And overall paper starts from abstract to conclusion, needs reformatting and language. But at the list I'm telling you, this is a very good paper. And this will give you one directions to study on other Asian countries like Bangladesh, India, other countries. I hope the study will publish in good journal. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Behera. Let me turn to Igami-san if you would like to respond to some of the recommendations and points made by Dr. Behera. So over to you.
Yeah. So can I use screen share? Yeah. So thank you very much, Dr. Behera, for very useful and precious comments. Thank you for your time. And thank you for making recommendations. We will check it, and I hope okay, could I receive these slides? How can I access this slide? Is it available on the website?
Actually, we'll be sharing it with you later. Wang Ling and I will, and together with our colleagues, will share it with you.
Oh, thank you very much. So it will be shared. Thank you very much. Yeah, we will check it, and for especially for structure and whether it is easy to read, I will check it. And I think the first point was about the event studies pre and post, how we define, and we define in the same manner for all the outcome variables. We use same event to study periods, and what the professor pointed out is about the how the definition of our event, and it is not easy to define the event of the COVID-19 pandemic, because the lockdown date, we use lockdown date as the beginning of the event, because we think it is very simple, most easy to understand. But the problem is that we if we simply use the lockdown date as the beginning of the COVID-19 effect, that would be misleading, because the Bangladesh economy has been already affected before the lockdown, and because of the global pandemic, and because it affects through the export decline. So that's why we carefully try to explain how we define the lockdown date and the beginning of the event period, and what would happen before the event period, and what would happen after the event period. And so far, because I have received several similar comments from other researchers, we try to provide robustness checks by showing several some other types of definition of event periods. So I think I should make it clearer still, and that as far as I know, we show same period, same number of periods before and after the lockdown, for the period 0 and period 1 and 2, period -1 and -2. So we can change the duration, and show robustness of our discussion. So I think the professor recommended us to show 3 months before COVID-19, I think maybe lockdown, and after COVID-19 lockdown. We can also show this kind of robustness check event studies. And so Professor, is there a recommendation about using lockdown at the beginning and showing before and after?
So whatever the post-COVID period you are taking, similar period you take pre-COVID.
First, I see. So first case, you mean? First COVID-19
Yes.
case. I see. Yeah, that would be one option, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Yes.
Anything suppose in any, because it is a very large database, so you do some sorts of test, diagnostic test, that is cross-sectional dependency, heteroscedasticity.
Yeah. Yes. You mean using oh, you mentioned that not so sorry, I was misunderstanding that you talk about heterogeneity. You talk about heteroscedasticity. So you mean that showing the several types of standard errors?
Heteroscedasticity is a test if your error term having correlated with second observation correlate term.
Yeah, so
that means your error term should not be correlated. If error term,
please, yes.
Yes, so if the error term should be correlated, then the problem of heteroscedasticity will arise.
Yeah, so so we show several, at least three types of standard errors and show robustness of our discussion in the paper, but we also need to not try to show too much what we can say about this study, because it's difficult to remove completely all the confoundedness by our approach. So what we can do is what we show is descriptive, something descriptively. yeah, as you pointed out, we don't use a causal inference. Also, I know that several papers during the COVID-19 period say that this type of approach is like a causal inference, but we are not trying to state out what we are doing. Yes,
Yes.
yeah. So, but
And
please.
I would request if you put a one descriptive statistics, descriptive table, summary table. It is missing in your paper. Then we'll get to know what are the variable structure, how you define dummy, what is the mean, standard deviations, or number observations.
So yeah, I mean we show several descriptive tables because
Okay.
we conduct an inverse probability weighting, and we first need to show the descriptive statistics and how the survey respondents and non-respondents are different. I think we but I think it was not clear. I should check the structure, and I think it was very uneasy to read. sorry for that, and thanks a lot for taking your time.
But
Okay,
yes, yes, thank you.
I think there's a lot that Egami-san and Dr. Behera, you can discuss in much detail. May I suggest that, in the interest of time, we move to the next
Yes,
session.
can I get final comments from Dr. Behera? Sorry for that, but
yes, okay. So, Dr. Behera, please go ahead, and you have.
Yes. So could you tell me again what kind of details about telephone interviews that we should write more?
Yes, nice. Paper is very good. Only thing is that when the journal publications, they will you have thorough in your presentations of the paper is required. That means you have numeric, you have to add 2-3 regression tables. Then only because figure is not represented here, you have to do different tables and do some test of diagnostic test, and structure also you want to improve the structure, the paper writing, other things. These are the things required for otherwise the paper is very interesting, and as it is very challenging also. Now COVID-19, see, paper already published. Nowadays people are journal is not accepting the paper as it is. Paper, have you done ethical clearance for this paper, IRB approval?
Yeah, we listed.
So yes, okay, that will not be a problem for publications. So I hope you will paper and submit to any journal, good journal, but it will be good and good study.
Thank you very much, Dr. Behera, and thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for your time.
Okay, thank you, and well done, Egami-san. As I said earlier, this fills a very important gap in research, and please contact Dr. Behera via email bilaterally and get his feedback. I think you will, once you publish your paper, then you'll get fewer comments from reviewers if you incorporate his comments beforehand. So excellent piece of research. Thank you very much to you, Egami-san, and Dr. Behera, for your very detailed comments. Let's move on to the second paper in this session today. And this is looking at the impacts of digital agriculture extension on allocation inefficiency costs. And I would like to invite the presenter of this paper, who is Professor Xiaopeng Zhang. He is with the Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics in the People's Republic of China. Professor Zhang is with the agricultural economics in the College of Economics and Management in Nanjing University. He obtained his PhD also from Nanjing Agriculture University in 2017, and his research mainly focuses on agricultural production economics, applied econometrics, agricultural food supply chain, and international trade. He has published more than 20 papers on journals indexed by SSCI or CSSCI, such as the Journal of Productivity Analysis, Australian Journal of Agricultural and Resource Economics, and Canadian Journal of Agricultural Economics, China Economic Review, Economic Modeling, and so on. So with this introduction, I'd like to hand the floor to Professor Zhang to hear and learn more about the impacts of digital agriculture and how it impacts inefficiency in allocation inefficiency costs. So over to you, Professor Zhang.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Gabet. I will share my screen here. It's okay?
Yes, you can see it.
Yeah, you can see it. Oh, okay. Good morning, everyone. It is great honor for me to present my work. My presentation is about the impact of digital agriculture extension on allocation inefficiency cost. Yesterday, Professor Kramer on his keynote speech also focused on digital agriculture extension, and the Professor Chen also interested in this topic. But my topic is different from them. My topic is focused on the digital agriculture extension on allocation efficiencies. And I'm Xiaopeng Zhang from Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. And this is the outlines on my presentation. Includes 4 parts. First, I will introduce the introduction for you. Because reducing production costs plays a crucial role in improving international competitiveness of China agriculture sector. As maybe as you know, the unit production cost for all of Chinese crops increased a lot. For example, the unit production cost of cotton increased from 90.7 yuan per kilogram in 2004 to 19 yuan per kilometers in 2020, with an average annual growth rate of 4.3%. And this resulted in that the domestic price of cotton was 30% higher than the international price. So the international competitiveness decreased a lot for Chinese cotton. And given the importance of the cotton for Chinese textile industry, the government implement a lot of policies, such as a temporary storage program in 2011 and the target price policy in 2014. Temporary storage program is that the farmers' selling price is not lower than the price set by the government. And the target price policy is that the government subsides the income loss between market price and the target price. However, after the policy implicated the price gap between the domestic and international market disappeared, but this caused huge financial subsidies for government. So it is important to explore the practical strategies that to reduce production cost. This is our motivation to reduce the production cost, and improving the allocation efficiency is an important approach to reducing production cost. To reduce production cost, what's the allocation efficiency? It means that farmers fail to minimize the production cost by substituting the relative expensive inputs with cheap ones at the given technology and the input price. And we can see that the allocation efficient cost accounts for a large part in China and in the United States. There are two literature. And allocation efficiency cost inefficiency mainly arise from three sources. First is the market imperfection, and the second is the policy-induced distortion, and the third is managerial problems. How to reduce the allocation efficiency cost? Maybe we can enhancing the agricultural extension can reduce this allocation efficiency cost, because however, the traditional agricultural extension is the effect of traditional agricultural extension is limited due to high cost, limited scale, and poorly target. This is also documented by Primer yesterday. And we think the digital agricultural extension can make the service more effective and reduce the cost and the time of farmers' access to information. Managed through three paths. The first is that the digital agricultural extension can reduce the cost and the time of farmers' access to information. Because the digital agricultural extension can make service and information more widely available, even in the small village and far away from the city. And the service and information are not limited by time and distance. You can use the service, recommended service in any time and in any place. The second is the digital agriculture extension can make the practice more effective because the digital agriculture extension can help you access more relevant and actionable information. And they will provide the information as advice in rich forms of voice, text, and videos, and this can benefit for more people. And also, the digital agriculture extension service can provide early warning information about the pest and the disaster outbreak, and this based on this, the farmers can replace the expensive therapeutic inputs with the cheap prognostic inputs. This is about how digital agriculture extension can reduce the allocation efficiency cost. Many studies have investigated the impact of digital agriculture extension based on development of ICT on farmers' input allocation and the corresponding cost. And this paper aims to investigate where and how farmers access to digital agriculture extension while subscribing to agriculture, which are the public accounts. Yeah, this is this is the different from other literature, other studies. We use the agriculture, which are the public accounts, and maybe they will affect the allocation efficiency cost. And this paper will contribute to from three aspects. First, we focus on whether or not to subscribe to agricultural public WeChat public accounts, because WeChat is very popular in China, as you know, and agricultural WeChat public accounts can use a lot of approaches to deliver the customers and the actionable information to farmers, and they can allow multi-interaction among farmers and the farmers and the WeChat public accounts operator, and they also can provide warming information. And the second is WeChat has become the largest. Oh, sorry. And this paper also advanced literature on the effects of digital agriculture extension about investigating whether the reallocation of food inputs induced by digital agriculture extension could reduce allocation inefficiency cost. Because as Professor Kramer said that the digital agriculture extension can increase the recommended inputs by 22%. However, this can reduce the allocation efficiency cost of reports. And the last one, we adopt a two-stages residue inclusion approach to evaluate to with the endogenous problem into consideration. And this is the background. WeChat has become the largest instant message application and become an integral part of daily life for Chinese people, for Chinese people to access information. And there are about 1.62 million WeChat public accounts in 2020. And agriculture, as mentioned before, agriculture WeChat public accounts has a lot of advantages to deliver the information to farmers. This is WeChat public accounts, and here this public WeChat public accounts give the knowledge about how to plant the cotton well. In other words, it gives some protective management about the cotton production. And this is gives provide online sales service about the input used by cotton production. This is and I will show something about the cotton production in China. From this figure, we can see that the cotton production decreased over time since 2007. And we can also find that Xinjiang dominated the China's cotton production in recent years. And the production quality over approach 90%. And this is the methodology. We first will calculate the allocation efficient cost. We use a primer system model to calculate the allocation efficient cost. The model includes 3 steps. First is to estimate a CD production function and to derive the first order condition of cost minimization. And this is the equations, and I will I have no time to provide more details about this. And the second, to derive the algebraic analytical expression of the input demand function. This is the input demand function. If we get the input demand, we can, because the input demand is related to the allocation efficiency, just like this parameter. So we can set this parameter to 0, and we can calculate the input demand without allocation efficiency and with allocation efficiency. And we can use the input demand under these 2 contexts to calculate the cost. And the other one is the 2 stages residue inclusion approach. this approach is an update of the Hickman two-stage model. The first is to estimate the probability of farmers subscribing agriculture which are public accounts by adopting a logical model. This is the first step, and the second step to estimate the impact of subscription which are public accounts on allocation efficiency cost. If you want to know more details, you can we can contract offline. And the data is the paper. The data using this paper is collected from a farmer household survey from farmers in Xinjiang, which is about 3 counties and 3 counties from North Xinjiang and 5 counties from South Xinjiang. And we selected 2 towns from each county and 3 villages from each town. And we randomly select about 10 households in each village. And we remained the farmers engaged in cotton production. And finally, we get about 355 cotton farmers from 41 villages in 7 counties. And this is the summary of the data. And the farm size is very large from this table. We can see that it's about 6 hectares, because 90 mu equal to 6 hectares. And we can see the subscribing agriculture, which are the public accounts, is about, there are 38, about approach 40% farmers subscribing at least 1 which are public accounts. And when we calculate the allocation efficiency cost, we should choose a numerical inputs to calculate the allocation efficiency parameter. So we calculate the input marginal product value and the corresponding price to determine which inputs can act as the numerical inputs. From this table 3, we find that the NAND has the small distortion. So we choose NAND as the numerical input, and this is the allocation efficiency cost. From table 4, we can find that the allocation efficient cost is about 3.2 yuan per kilometer, and this accounts for 45% of the cotton production cost. And we can see there are a significant difference from the agriculture which are public accounts subscriber and non-subscriber. But the allocation efficiency has no significant difference between two groups. And next, we will evaluate the impact of subscribing which are public accounts on the allocation efficiency cost. From this table, we can find that compared to non-subscriber, agriculture which are public accounts subscriber have a 90.5% lower allocation efficiency cost, and their allocation inefficiency reduced by 0.079 from this table. And from this table, we can also see that the residue is significant. The coefficient of residue is significant. This indicates that there are some unobserved factors influence both agriculture which are public accounts subscriber and the allocation efficiency cost. So we should cope with the endogenous problem issues. And we also employ the endogenous switching regression model to conduct a robustness.
Dr. Zhang, can you please wrap up in 30 seconds?
Okay, thank you, Professor Gabby. And this is the ESR model, as a result of the ESR model, and this is consistent with the two formal result. And this is the conclusion. First, the allocation efficient cost accounts for 46% of cotton production cost, and subscribing to agriculture visual public can significantly reduce farmers' allocation efficiency cost. And the policy implications are it is important for a government to promote more public and private stakeholders to engage in digital agriculture extension service and provide farmers with more relevant and actionable information and manage practice. That's all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. May I now invite the discussant for this, your paper, who is Dr. Omphale Temoso, who is an adjunct research fellow at the Business School, University of New England, Australia. He works as an economist for the New South Wales Government of Australia, where he leads research and econometric modeling on wider industry and policy issues relating to economic development. Dr. Temoso has published research in the areas of agriculture technologies, efficiency and productivity growth, and food security in sub-Saharan Africa. The floor is yours, Dr. Temoso.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Gupta, and also thank you, Professor Zeng, for the good presentation. And I'm aware about the time that we're running out of time, so I'll try to be as quick as I can and go straight to the points of what I think might help you improve your paper. So can you see the slides? So just checking.
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, so I found this paper really interesting, and as I said, there's probably a couple of things that I would just like to point out or to confirm with Professor Zeng. So as Professor Zeng has pointed out, it's a really interesting paper that it's unique on its own because it looks at the role of digital agriculture extension based on the services that are provided through the WeChat platform. And in China, extension services, one of the things that I found interesting was the background section that Professor Zeng provided, which helped me understand, the history of extension services in China, and then why the digital extension services are probably relevant to address certain limitation of existing extension services. So following the reforms in 1970 and 2006, there's been an increase in extension services in China. However, the traditional extension services are limited and pose challenges such as high costs and limited scale and poorly targeted. So extension or digital extension services like WeChat will be able to help to address those gaps. And then also, as Professor Zeng and other speakers during this conference outlined, the digital platforms are also, cost saving. They can also, help with time of farmers' access to information. So how the paper fits into the literature, as Professor Zeng has outlined here during the presentation and through his paper, there is a lot of studies that have been done on the impact of digital agriculture extension on other things like well-being and also productivity, but not specifically on the allocation inefficiency costs. So allocative efficiency matters. Why? Because it helps in terms of how different resources inputs can be combined to produce a mix of different outputs. And the other part of the other efficiency that probably the digital agriculture extension has been looked into is the technical efficiency. So usually, I think most of the studies have been done in that area, but not too much on the allocative efficiency. Hence, that's why Professor Zeng and his authors have focused on allocative efficiency. So specifically, the study aims to provide three main contributions. So one is on understanding whether subscribing to agricultural extension services through the WeChat public accounts affects allocation and efficiency effects. It also advances literature on the efficiency of digital agriculture extension. More importantly, they also took in consideration the issue of potential endogeneity. So, for example, they highlighted that farmers may self-select themselves to be subscribers to the WeChat, depending on the unobservable factors. So in that model, the reason why they used the two-stage residual inclusion was to address those potential endogeneity issues. So some of the key findings, land is underutilized, whereas labor, fertilizer, and other intermediate inputs are overused. And also they've shown that the subscribers had significantly lowered the allocative inefficiency costs than their counterparts who didn't adopt the WeChat extension related. And then also in terms of the impact of the results based on the two-stage approach, they found that subscribing to agriculture WeChat can reduce both allocation inefficiency costs and allocation inefficiency costs of cotton farmers, leading to about 19.5 lower allocative inefficiency costs. And similarly, they found that access to high quality, the subscribing can also help cotton farmers access high quality but lower price inputs. I guess that is to do with, they have more information, and then they can use that information to understand where they can find better prices and cheaper prices, or which markets they can get certain inputs from. The higher prices faced by cotton farmers, they were also highly likely for subscribers than compared to the others. And male farmers' household health are also likely to subscribe to WeChat as compared to female. So as I mentioned earlier, the paper, it was well written and easy to follow. And then also it fills the gap on the effect of digital technology on cotton industry efficiency. I haven't seen a lot of stats even looking at the other efficiency, like a technical efficiency or scale efficiency. So I think that's one of his strengths. And then it can also, as Professor Zeng mentioned earlier, it will inform, more importantly, from the policy side, the international competitiveness of cotton industry in China and other developing studies and emerging industries or emerging countries that are also, producers of cotton. They can learn something from this paper. And also the use of the econometric method that he's shown does highlight some of the addresses issues of indigeneity issues. So I only have a few suggestions, areas that maybe you can improve the paper with. So from the data section, when I was going through the data, I don't think you provided a little bit of more information about WeChat. I think if someone doesn't have any background about how WeChat works, and also some of these extension services, if the farmers are getting it, who is providing them? Is certain companies providing those extension services information through the WeChat? Or is it a collaboration between the private and public? I think it's probably what it can improve the paper is that in the data or somewhere in the paper, if you can provide a little bit more details about the WeChat extension program. And then also it wasn't clear about the types of, because you said in your model, you allow, if someone adopt at least one of the WeChat accounts. So it seems like there's several. So it wasn't clear to me, like those WeChat accounts, how are they different? What type of information is provided by different WeChat accounts or subscriptions that you subscribe to? What are type of information you can get for those different subscriptions? So you might want to add something there just to make it clear. From the methodological point of view, and I think this is something that you've highlighted as some of the papers that you've cited, I know that those papers also they've used, even though they're looking at the allocative efficiency, especially like Kumbaka's papers, he does show that you can, in addition to estimating allocative efficiency, you can also estimate technical efficiency, and then you can, when you bring them together, you get an economic efficiency, to me, which provide a little bit more stronger message when you look at the determinants of those factors across those three components. Is probably going to provide. And also from the literature contribution perspective, because there are studies that have been done on the digital technology, how they affect technical efficiency, then you can provide a comparison of your results with those studies. In addition, you also provide new insights from the allocative efficiency perspective. So I think those are my key stuff. So.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Temoso and Professor Zhang. You have 1 minute to respond, 1.5 minutes, because the organizers are chasing me on time. So okay. I'm sorry to rush you, but please go ahead. Just 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Gabit, and thank you, Professor Tamster. I will simply respond to the comment from Professor Tamster. The first one is about this section. Yeah, the farmers in our paper is engaged in cotton production, but maybe they will also produce some other crops such as corns. This is, and the type of which are public accounts. This is agriculture. We focus on the agriculture which are public accounts, and the agriculture which are public accounts will provide some information about how to improve the farmers' practice management, and the other function of this agriculture, which are public accounts, will provide some input selling service. This is the private, and they will provide some input selling service. And the methodology, why focus on allocation efficiency? Because we find that allocation efficiency costs accounts a large part of the production cost. And maybe the technical efficiency cost only account a small part. So we mainly focus on the largest part of allocation efficiency cost. Maybe we will calculate the technical efficiency cost and the economic efficiency cost further in this paper. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you to both of you, Dr. Temoso, very insightful comments, and excellent piece of research, Dr. Zhang, very relevant. I'm very interested in it and will read your paper in much detail. I've just seen the presentation now. So thank you so much. With this, let us move to the next session, which is on financial inclusion, digital finance, and agriculture participation. The paper is being presented by Mohammad Zubair Mumtaz, who is the Associate Professor, National University of Science and Technology, Islamabad, Pakistan, and the Associate Professor, College of Business Administration, University of Bahrain in Sakhir. Dr. Mumtaz is associated with the School of Social Sciences and Humanities and the National University of Science and Technology in Pakistan. And he has 10 years of professional exposure to both public and private sector organizations. So he brings a very rich and varied experience to this panel. And he has over 15 years of teaching experience. His research interests include digital finance, green finance, artificial intelligence, and financial markets. And during the last 5 years, he has published 40 research papers in international and local journals of repute. He has also contributed 8 chapters in books and participated in different international conferences, including at the Asian Development Bank Institute. So with this, Dr. Mumtaz, over to you.
Thank you, Professor. Just sharing my presentation. Sorry, 1 minute. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so thank you.
You want to go to presentation mode? Yeah, perfect.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank ADBI for giving me an opportunity to present my research work. Okay, and the contents of my, I'm presenting the topic financial inclusion, digital finance, and agriculture participation. The contents of my presentation include the introduction, overview of earlier studies, then methodology and data, results, and finally I conclude the results. The sustainable growth of the agriculture sector is critical for food security and rural development. Pakistan is an agriculture economy, and the agriculture sector has been the primary source of food production. Pakistan has a low level of financial inclusion and currently ranks as the 6th least banked country in the world. 10% of the population has only a bank account, and roughly 50% of the population is omitted from both informal and formal financial sectors. 29% of the smallholder farmers are completely left out, and the majority of the remaining have only rare access to formal finance. Approximately 35% of urban and peri-urban areas have the accessibility to microfinance, but access to finance remains very limited in rural areas. The sustainable growth of the agriculture sector is critical for food security in rural development. Accessibility to finance can be linked with a broad spectrum of digital finance. Subsequently, financial institutions have launched their mobile apps through which both urban and rural households can avail facilities and contribute to the sustainable growth of the economy. Keeping in view the above assumptions, this study has 3 broad objectives: to examine whether financial inclusion enhances agriculture participation, to investigate whether financial inclusion influences the agriculture participation, and last, to decompose the significance of the difference between financially included and not financially included households, and then digital finance and no digital finance households. Earlier studies have documented that financial inclusion affect agricultural activities. However, the magnitude of financial inclusion in agriculture varies across countries. The researcher uses household survey panel data and the report that a rise in agricultural activities will augment economic productivity, resulting in the expansion of financial services and eventually providing exposure to financial services by households and businesses. Other researchers also document that financial inclusion gender gap in smallholder agriculture negatively affect the elevated cost of agriculture productivity, food insecurity, income inequality, limited market access, and poverty that retards sustainable development. Z reported that digital finance would enhance farmer entrepreneurship. He and Lee reported that digital finance promotes farmers' entrepreneurial activities on one hand and enhances entrepreneurial performance on the other. They also found that digital finance is a critical determinant of enhancing farmers' income and helps uplift low-income groups in rural areas. Moving towards the methodology, this study determines that affect the financial inclusion on agriculture participation in Pakistan, and then I developed this model that I need to examine that financial inclusion may affect the agriculture participation in Pakistan, where agriculture is a dummy variable, referring to the household engaged in the agriculture sector that can be equal to 1 or 0 otherwise. The other variable, independent variable, is financial inclusion. It is also a dummy variable which represents that household with a bank account equal to 1 and 0 otherwise. Other financial inclusion measures, for example, those households who have the saving and borrowing from financial institution, they also consider, and I also examine that how they can influence towards the agriculture participation. In this modern age, digital finance is a critical component of flourishing and promoting business activities. Considering the importance of digital finance, this study investigated the effect on the agriculture sector and developed the following question. I added this digital finance and then examined that how it can affect the agriculture participation in Pakistan. Digital finance is measured by mobiles, feature phone, and smartphone owned by households. This study estimates the effect of mobile phone agriculture first, and then assume then that those households own mobile phones are equal to 1, and those who do not own mobiles are treated as 0. The purpose is that we are trying to examine that how these digital finance instruments can affect the agriculture participation in Pakistan. And then in the next model, I added the household characteristics that include household size, income, consumption, age, education, gender, marital status, remittances from abroad, location, and province. Income and consumption show the household annual income earned and expenditures made. Age refers to household age in years at the time of the survey. Education shows the year of household schooling. However, gender, remittances from abroad, location, and province are the binary variables. And then in the last model, model 4, I added the agriculture input and then examined that how it can contribute towards the agriculture participation. Agriculture inputs cover crops, produce, and the quantity of pesticide and fertilizer used. Crops include wheat, cotton, sugarcane, rice, maize, fruit, and vegetables, and all variables of agriculture inputs are considered dichotomous. This study uses data from 2018 to 2019 Household Integrated Economic Survey conducted in Pakistan. In order to achieve the third objective, to decompose the differences between financially included and not financially included household and agriculture participation, I use the OXA blender decomposition model, and also examine the difference between the digital finance and no digital finance household towards the agriculture participation. This actually model examined the causes of the explained and unexplained differences that actually have the difference between financially and non-financially included households. These are the descriptive statistics of the data that I have. The results show that on average, 18.3% of households are engaged in the agriculture sector. Financial inclusion refers to households with bank accounts, and it is reported that 37.5% of households have formal bank accounts, 15.4% of households save funds, and 22.1% borrowed funds from financial institutions. Digital finance is used as a proxy of digital technology, and the sample shows that 81.8%, 65%, 67.7% household own mobiles, feature phone, and smartphones. The mean size of the household is 6.5. On average, household income is 234,183 Pak rupees, and consumption is expenditures are 144,699 Pak rupees in a year. The average household age is 46 years, and household schooling is roughly 9 years. The sample dominated by male-headed household, that is 90.7%, and 87.2% of respondents are married. Only 6.9% of households receive remittances from abroad. 35.8% of households are located in the urban area. And the province-wise distribution of the sample shows a good representation of all provinces. 16.6% of household grow wheat by cultivation, that is 5.2%. Only 18.9% and 16% use fertilizer and pesticide to protect their crops. Before applying an appropriate model, I ran the linear probability model and examined the range of predicted probabilities that may fall between 0 and 1. As the predicted probabilities fall between 0 and 1 for model 1 and 2, however, the range of fitted probabilities of model 3 and 4 goes beyond 0, making no sense for interpretation. However, I employ a non-linear model to restrict the fitted value between 0 and 1. And then to determine the appropriateness of logit and probit models, it is examined whether the results from linear probability models are normally distributed or not by considering the skewness and kurtosis along with joint probability. The null hypothesis is rejected based on the result as residuals are normally distributed in model 1, 2, and 4, but it does not hold true for model 3. Therefore, the equation 1, 2, and 4 are estimated by the logic model, whereas equation 3 is measured by the probability model. The variance inflation factor is also used to test the multicollinearity, and the mean variance inflation factor is 2.75. It does not provide any evidence of multicollinearity among variables. So these are the results that have that actually effect of financial inclusion on agriculture participation. I estimate 5 models to test the hypothesis. The logic model evaluate model 1, 2, 4, and 5 in light of diagnostic testing, while the probability model assess model 3. The coefficient of financial inclusion is positive and significantly influence agriculture participation in model 1, which illustrates that household with bank accounts may access financial services and participate in agriculture activities. It can be argued that increase in agriculture-related activities enhances household financial resources, thereby contributing to agriculture and economic activities due to exposure of financial services to household and businesses. Model 3 adds the process of digital finance to examine the impact on agriculture participation. The result shows a positive association with agriculture, which suggests that households who own mobile may utilize digital services to access banking services and positively promote agricultural activities. Likewise, the coefficient of smartphone is positive and significant, showing that electronic technology provides access to utilize banking transactions for households' participation in agriculture. It is important to know that in the presence of digital finance, the magnitude of financial inclusion is higher in attracting agriculture business. In model 3, I added the household characteristics, and we can find that household size, age, gender, and remittances from abroad positively contribute towards the agriculture participation, whereas the household income, education, and urban variables are negatively influence the agriculture participation. In model 4, I added the agriculture inputs, and it can be observed that all the variables are significantly influencing the agriculture participation except the maize crop. And in the fifth model, I added all the variables that actually shows the same, more or less the same results. Next, I took the other measure of financial inclusion, that is saving, and examined the effect of saving on agriculture participation. The saving coefficient is positive and significantly impact agriculture in model 1, 2, and 4, which explain that households who keep their saving in banks mainly engage in agriculture activities. This finding shows that saving is an essential component of financial inclusion, where households have access to financial services and that promote agriculture businesses. When the variables of digital finance are added in model 2, the value of saving coefficient has increased, indicating that household savings may have better uses of financial services in the wake of digital finance. Both parameters of digital finance positively impact agriculture. Then I took the borrowing factor as a measure of financial inclusion. Then these are the results of the effect of borrowing on agriculture participation. The coefficient of borrowing is only significant at 10% in model 1, while it has an insignificant in the rest of the model. This implies that households who borrow funds from financial institutions may utilize them to promote agriculture activities. Next, the variables of digital finance are added with borrowing in model 2, and the results show that households who own mobiles and smartphones significantly influence agriculture business. However, household borrowings does not affect agriculture. In model 3, size, age, gender, income, consumption, remittances from abroad, urban, Punjab, and Sindh are significant determinants of agriculture, while all of the variables in model 4 are significant except maize. These are the result of the hypothesis that we developed in order to achieve a third objective of the study. This table presents the decomposition result for a financially included household sample as a reference. The predicted differences in agriculture participation between financially included and the not financially included is minus 0.021, and a considerable share, 95.2%, lies from the differences between observed features. The unobserved parameters restrict the gap between not financially included and financially included in agriculture participation. In short, disparities in observed parameters describe a minute gap between financially included and not financially included households in agriculture activities. The result listed that financially included households are more likely to have significant fertilizer, uses, pesticide and wheat production, which may increase the probability of participating in agriculture. The difference in fertilizer is the most important contributor that defines 80.6% of the explained portion of the model, and differences in wheat, pesticide, cotton, and mistake contribute 33.3%, 14.3%, 4.8%, and 4.8% respectively.
Dr. Mumtaz, can you please wrap up in 2 minutes?
Yes, ma'am. This study also recomposes the difference between the digital finance and no digital finance in agriculture participation. And digital finance is measured by households who own smartphones. The predicted differences in agriculture participation between digital finance and no digital finance is 0.114, and the explained portion of the gap is 0.099, that is 86.8%. The difference in fertilizer contributes to describing that 44.7% of the explained portion. Beside the difference in the use of pesticide and wheat are 14.9% and 14% respectively. However, the marginal difference in urban, cotton, education, age, income, and sugarcane may enhance the likelihood of promoting agriculture. Moreover, the differences in observed characteristics postulate a substantial gap between digital finance and no digital finance in agriculture participation. This study empirically examined the effect of financial inclusion and digital finance on agriculture participation, and found that financial inclusion positively influenced agriculture participation. Digital finance determined that households with mobiles and smartphones are more inclined to participate in agriculture. The control variables of household characteristics suggest that household size, age, gender, remittances from abroad, Punjab and Sindh provinces positively influence agriculture participation. Agriculture input document that fertilizer, pesticide, wheat, cotton, sugarcane, fruit, and vegetables affect agriculture participation. Using a nonlinear Auxer-Blinder decomposition, the result of financially included and not financially included households suggests that differences in fertilizer explain 80.6% of the gap in agriculture participation, which explains that financially included households are more likely to have significant fertilizer uses, pesticide, and wheat production. In terms of digital finance and no digital finance household, this study reports that the difference in fertilizer describes 44.7% of the gap in agriculture participation, followed by the differences in uses of pesticides and wheat at 14.9% and 14% respectively. There is a need to promote financial inclusion and digital finance to increase agriculture participation. Policymakers are required to introduce awareness programs regarding digital finance for smallholder farmers, contributing to increased agriculture activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry to rush you, but we don't want to eat into the time of other presenters. Very interesting presentation. Let me now introduce the discussant for your paper, which is Professor Bhagirath Behera, who is the professor at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences, Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, India. He works on environmental and resource economics at IIT Kharagpur, and he has more than 20 years of research and teaching experience in the area of environmental and natural resource economics, specifically on the issue of sustainable use and management of natural resources and climate change, and their economic and livelihood implications on local people in the context of India and South Asia and African countries. He has deep interests in issues relating to rural development, sustainable agriculture, practice, and local livelihoods. Professor Behera, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Gupta, and thank you very much, Professor Mumtaz, for your interesting presentations. And since time is very short, I would like to go to the point that in fact, I enjoyed reading your paper. It's a very interesting paper. And to start with, of course, I think Professor Mumtaz has nicely summarized the background in which, the study has been, conducted. Basically, the motivation for him was basically that there's a banking behavior of the households in Pakistan is abysmally low. And there are very limited access to microfinance, because we know that provision to access to finance is critical for sustainable development, and hence it has potential to ensure food security for the country and people. And that's the background, which motivated the study to examine whether financial inclusion and digital finance enhances and also influences agricultural participation in Pakistan. And so basically this study, uses the data from the the household integrated economic survey that was conducted in Pakistan from 2018 to 2019. And the author has actually used logistic and probit regression models in order to examine the impact of financial inclusion on agriculture participation. The strength of the paper, I find that the paper is definitely a timely one, and it has very important policy implications, and it has employed appropriate economic techniques to by using large set of data, and empirically it is very comprehensive study.
Professor Behera, your slides is not moving.
Oh, in my case it is moving. Is it?
No,
yes.
It's not moving. Can you go into presentation mode?
Is it moving?
Yeah, now it's moving.
Okay, when I make it full screen and try to move, it actually moves in my case, but I don't know. Yeah.
Okay, you'll have to move it manually.
Yeah,
Please.
and I'm doing it manually.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so sorry for the descriptions. So overall, I find that the the study to be reasonably designed and also is nicely described. And my suggestions, brief suggestions, of course, and also comments is that I think that the study is based in Pakistan. So, if the author can use Pakistan in the title of the paper, it will be useful for the students, policymakers, and then others, interested researchers to locate the, identify the paper. And also it would be good to, add some maps, because the study has, collect data has been conducted from 4 locations. And so the international readers would be interested to, see which are the locations, and also would like to know about agroclimatic conditions, farming practices there, and all. So those will be, setting a good background for the readers to, get interested in the paper. And of course, I have, I think, read the introduction sections. It is good, but I think that there are still scope for the improvement in terms of raising important research questions, and and also nicely presenting the problem statements. And review of literature, I think the author has tried to incorporate as much I think literature as possible, but I would suggest that a paragraph or so would be nice on Pakistan, research on in Pakistan. I think one study that is that Farooq et al. 2020 was mentioned, but I was wondering whether in addition to this, any other studies are there. And then question is basically, what effects the study is examining: agricultural activities, participations, and or business, because it's actually mentioned in page number 5 in the paper. And also in other places also it's mentioned as agricultural businesses, like page number 11. So therefore, I see that through the text, it's basically, agriculture activities and agricultural business are actually used, interchangeably. And so it can cause confusion to the reader. So I think, if the author can make it like, some kind of consistency, that would be good. And so I find that there are 2 variables. Of course, there are a few variables in the models. There are actually continuous variables. And among them, consumptions and income variables are there. But I find that there could be a lot of outliers in that. And I was wondering whether the author has actually standardized those variables, because it may affect adversely to the overall results of the model. And so since I was thinking that, I was asking myself, because the agricultural activities is one of the oldest occupations that ever since the human beings have, practicing. And so the question I was asking that, is it that the mobile phone will enhance participations, or is it, I mean, the question is basically the access to mobile phone, digital finance, and all of that can actually enhance agricultural productivity and thereby profitability. I was guessing that the author mean by that the increase in agricultural productivity and efficiency will enhance the economic viability of agricultural activities and thereby the participations of the households in agricultural activities. So those, little gap is there. So I would request the author to actually modify and make it more consistent in that. I was asking because why agricultural inputs are considered as dummy variables when they can be measured. So is it that there's a lack of available data? Because what we generally see is that in a discrete choice model, if you use too many dummy variables, then it may affect your results, and therefore we have to see that we can know how many continuous variables we can use. I mean, so there is actually no much variations in gender of the household. For example, I mean, there are 90% households are actually male-headed, whether it is it has any impact on the model. Then of course the large size of household heads to higher involvement in the agriculture sectors, that was one of the findings, and unfortunately it is not explained why it is so. So similar is the case with regard to age, income, education, gender. And so what I'm saying is basically that I think the author need to discuss and explain with economic reasons all the variables that have actually turned out to be statistically significant. And so that is, I think, the one of the important point that I think the author should consider in order to make the findings more comprehensive and also more logical. And the last part, basically, I was thinking in terms of the conclusion sections, because what I find is that it only summarizes the findings, and it didn't actually draw any important policy implications, because I could see that there's a interesting findings, and the authors could actually use them to draw some of the important implications for policymakers and researchers to to ponder over. And so, for example, I was asking what steps can be suggested in order to increase banking and digital finance habits, behavior or habits of the farming households in Pakistan. There are a lot of lessons, from other countries' studies we can draw. For example, a lot of studies on demonetization, digitalizations, relationship is also published in recent times. And also, I was wondering, since 10% of the total households in Pakistan were having bank accounts, that means there is a huge potential for Pakistans to actually enhance a lot of these, not only the agricultural activities, but other economic activities, but through this increasing banking behavior and digital finance. So like we have done in India, for example, mandatory opening of zero balance bank accounts for all the households who are potential to receive direct transfer benefits from the government scheme. So that can be the one way to push this idea of increasing banking behavior of the households. And for example, the Pakistan government can also launch the digital finance program in a massive scale in order to enable these households to have the access to these digital apps and exchange transact their daily activities. So I would stop here, and I thank so much. Thank you so much for the good work, and I hope that my comments are useful to improve your paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Behera, for your very insightful comments. And again, congratulations to Dr. Mumtaz, Professor Mumtaz, for a very good paper. We are running behind time. Professor Mumtaz, you have 1 minute to respond, or any last comments you have on the comments made.
Thank you, Professor Behera, for your valuable suggestions and comments. All suggestions are very important. I will incorporate them. Regarding your suggestions, indication about the 4 provinces, the data is actually cover all the 4 provinces, and the data statistics shows that the data is spread for all the four provinces. Yes, you are right that I'm focusing on agriculture business or agriculture participation. Basically, the motivation is for agriculture participation. And regarding you said that because of the data constraint and non-availability of data, I took this agriculture participation. And you said that agriculture input, yes, agriculture inputs, the data is very small, or we can say that the data is not sufficient. So that's why the non-availability of data. I took all the variables as dichotomous variable. Yes, you are right that economic reasons, I will add all these. And the male-headed household, you said that basically the sample is 90%, and it's a male-dominant country. And then I think that most participation is basically male-headed. So I cannot do this, but I think that this is an important point that you have. And yes, I will incorporate all the policy implications, keeping in view that what Pakistan actually are calling, and then what a course of action can be conducted, so the digital finance can be enhanced in Pakistan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And there's a question for you, Professor Mumtaz, if you can respond to it online in the Q&A box. With this, we'll move on to the final paper in this session, which is, can internet use make people happier during the COVID-19 in People's Republic of China? This is being presented by Dr. Chen Chen, or to be Dr. Chen Chen, who's a PhD student at Lincoln University, New Zealand. She has been contributing to rural development in the People's Republic of China and focuses on poverty alleviation, rural development in People's Republic of China since 2016, when she started her master's degree. She has explored poverty alleviation from the perspective of the bottom of the pyramid and social capital. She will continue to work in these areas and in rural development, and looking at the perspective from different organizations in the future. So Chen Chen, the floor is yours for your presentation. You have 15 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, I share my screen. All right. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. And
Chen, you may want to go to display settings.
Oh yeah. Let me see. Display settings.
No, go to
yeah.
Yeah, share your full screen. Yeah, go ahead.
Can you see it? I'm not sure which screen.
Yeah, now here you go to display settings. Click on that and duplicate slideshow.
Duplicate?
Yeah,
okay.
The second option.
Okay. Okay, now everything is right?
Now we can see. Go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, my topic is can internet use make people happier during the COVID-19, and I will present it from this path. Happiness is a very important topic in economics, in psychology, or in the sociology. And as we can see in this figure, the happiness level of Chinese people is in 27, or in 141 countries. It's not very high, although China has a very quick economic development in the past 14 years. And what's made me feel very interesting is this. In the past few years, the Chinese happiness level actually has a very high increase, and especially during the COVID-19. So that's really an interesting phenomenon. And if we compare this increasing happiness level with the 6-point theory, and the subject will be hemostasis, we can see there is an interesting paradox, because from the 6-point theory, if they have some irreversible harm, their happiness level will decrease. from one state point to another state point, and finally they will come to a very stable level. Or if they have a positive events in their life, the happiness level could have increased, and then this happiness level will also become will go to the stable level. But as we can see from here, actually the Chinese happiness level has a high increase, but we don't know if it's significant in data or not. And another phenomenon we can observe is in the past few years, the internet use in China has the higher penetration, whatever in rural area or in the urban area. Of course, the urban area and the rural area, they have a high gap here. But we can see from this picture, this picture, during the COVID-19, the daily time spent on internet has a stable increase. So that make me thinking that the internet use help to maintain or to increase the people's happiness level during COVID-19 for Chinese people. And if yes, does the relationship has significant difference between rural and urban areas? So I go back to the literature and I find there are many factors influence the happiness, like the personal and demographic characters, the community factors, and the regional and micro factors. And if we focus on the internet use and happiness, we also can see there is a mixed and paradox results. Internet use could have positive or negative influence to the happiness. But in the previous studies, most of them, they treat internet use as the dominant variable, but actually internet use has different attributes. And in this study, we consider the internet use intensify and internet use variability. So when we focus on these two different attributes, does the how the internet use influence the happiness? That is the research questions in this study. And this is the framework in this study. The reason I choose depression as the potential mediator in this study is there is two reasons. The first one is the previous studies, they mentioned that the one motivation of people they use internet is to decrease their depression or loneliness in their daily life. So and another reason is like we can see the COVID-19, it's absolutely make people brings about the inconvenience to people's work and life, and especially during the lockdown time. So the depression mode is very common. So in this study, I choose the depression as the potential mediator. And the data I use is the from the Chinese Family Panel Studies 2020, and because like we can see from the 6-point theory, the happiness level could in a very stable level. So I combine the data sets, the happiness level in 2018 to the 2020 data set. And finally, there are more than 16,000 observations in our data set. And I use the self-reported level of happiness to measure the happiness level in our research, and then use the time spent on internet, including the mobile phone and the computer, to measure the internet use intensify. And there are five different kinds of internet use activities. And so the internet use about 5, the value is from 0 to 5. And this is the simple regression model in our study. The results shows if we compare the 2018 to 2020 happiness level, actually there is no very significant difference. Even though we can see the Chinese happiness level, it seems like a very high increase, but actually in the statistic, there is no significant difference, whatever in rural area or in urban area, whatever is for female or for male, actually the happiness level has no significant difference. And if we but when we compare the internet use from the between the urban and rural people, actually their internet use is indeed has a significant difference. And from the regression results, we can see the internet use intensified has the positive influence on the happiness level, but the influence is very tiny. And the internet use verify actually didn't influence the happiness level. And from this picture, we can see the factors at the individual level and at the community level actually have a stronger influence compared to the micro factors. And from this table, we can see some details. The reason I put the internet use device here is because in the previous research, I can see there are many studies. They prove that internet use can help to increase the happiness level a lot. But from this data, we can see in 2020, actually the internet use cannot it can improve the happiness level, but it's very tiny. And for the urban area, actually internet use cannot help to improve the happiness level. Okay, so focus on our key variable. The internet use intensify, like we see from the feature, it can help to improve the happiness level, but it's for the urban area is not significant, and the internet use variability is not significant whatever for or wherever for the rural area or for the urban area. And we also test the mediation role of depression. As we can see from this table, depression could be has a part of mediation rule between the relationship of internet use and the happiness level. And but we also need to pay attention. It is the internet use, the negative influence of internet use actually has the higher negative influence on the depression, although it can increase the happiness level a little bit. And we also do some sensitivity tests. From these results, we can see the internet compared to the people who use internet under 1 hour. The people who use 2 to 10 hours internet, it can improve people's happiness level. But just like we talked about, we need to pay attention to the negative influence of internet use. So we test the internet use intensify to the depression, and we can see the internet use, the higher internet use intensify can bring about the stronger negative influence to the depression. And we also tested the different internet use verified through to happiness level. Like we can see here, compared to the people who do not use internet, the people who use one type of internet or use higher, more variety of the internet use applications, they have a higher level. And specifically, only online game can help to improve the happiness level. And we also tested the influence at a different age level and different income level, because the previous research they find the different ages have different the internet use has different influence on the happiness level. So from this research, we can see compared to the people who are under 15 years old, with ages, actually the influence of internet use to the happiness is diminishing. And the income level, the result of income level is consistent with the previous studies. Like we can see here, compared to the people who have the lowest income, with the people's income with the people's income higher, their happiness level will also increase. So the result is like in this framework. So the conclusion is the happiness level of Chinese has not significant difference before and during the COVID-19, whether in rural or urban area. And not all the attributes of internet use influence the happiness level directly. Although more time spent online could help to increase the happiness level a little bit, but the negative effect of internet use to depression is higher than the positive influence on the happiness level. So we need to pay attention to it. And compared to no internet use, one type and high results types of internet use can help to increase happiness level. And the variety of internet use could significantly decrease the depression level. And we also can observe from this result is factors of happiness is multi-level and the personal and the community factors has a stronger effect than the macro factors. And consistent with the previous studies, happiness level has a strong autocorrelation. People can adapt to shocks and maintain their happiness at a stable level. So based on our conclusion, we have some policy implications. We can encourage people to try different internet applications, but the internet use intensify should be controlled. And there are some limitations in this research. There are some potential factors cannot be controlled because the data set is only focused on the individual. There is no family level factors we can control. In addition, this data was collected from July to December 2020, so which limited us to analysis the trend of the relationship between internet use and the happiness level. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you also for keeping to your time. So that's really very appreciated. Now let me invite the discussant for your paper, who is Dr. Xinghua Liu. And Dr. Liu is with the China Academy for Rural Development, Zhejiang University in the People's Republic of China. So Dr. Liu is a postdoctoral research fellow at the China Academy for Rural Development and the School of Public Affairs at Zhejiang University. She obtained her PhD in economics from the University of New South Wales in 2019, and she has published several papers in peer-reviewed academic journals, such as Global Food Security, Nutrients, and New Zealand Economic Papers. Her research interests include food economics, child poverty and well-being, and rural development. So, Dr. Liu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you for your very kind introduction. And let me share my screen. Can you see my slides okay? Yeah.
Yes, we can. Yes, they're perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm very pleased to discuss this very interesting paper. I'm Xinghua from Zhejiang University. And I think for the sake of time, I will skip the summary of the paper, but
no, you have your full time, no worries. You have your 10 minutes.
Okay, so a brief recap of the paper. I think the overall research question is to explore the relationship between internet use and the happiness level in PRC during the COVID. And the data is drawn from 2020 CFPS and 2018 CFPS. And I read through the paper, and the paper mentioned that the the research use both OLS and two-stage least squares and two SRI approach. And the paper found the time spent on the internet and the internet use purpose matter for people's happiness, and the relationship is positive, but the positive marginal effect only exists when people spend less than 10 hours per day online. And the one possible pathway is the depression level. Through the depression level, the internet use could affect the happiness. And in terms of the implications.
Dr. Liu, can you switch on your video, please?
I'd like to, but I don't think I was given permission because I tried to start my video.
Ask the organizers, please, to enable Dr. Liu's video.
Yeah, if the host can give me permission, that would be much appreciated.
May I ask the organizers to enable?
No, Dr. Sujata, she should be able to do it actually. We are trying from here.
Dr. Liu, can you try again, please?
Yeah, I'm trying, but still no luck. Sorry. It says you can't start your video because, oh, now I can.
Okay, great, good.
Thank you. Yeah, it's okay now, right? Yeah.
We still don't see you.
But I have already turned on my video. Still.
Yes, we can only see black. Is it that your camera is down?
Not sure, but if how about now?
Is there something hiding your camera?
No, we can't. Do you have something in front of your camera?
No, I don't have anything in front of my video.
Can you try switching it on and off again, the camera? Maybe it'll work.
Yeah, I was trying several times.
Yeah, I think Dr. Sujata, like we had this problem with a speaker also.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a problem with a computer.
Yeah, but I do see the green, the spot is blinking somehow. I don't know whether it's has something to do with that. But anyway, I think
let's continue.
Let's continue for So overall, I think it's a very important topic and a very interesting paper. And here I will go through some of my major comments and minor comments. First is about the contribution of the paper, because the title is "Can Internet Use Make People Happier During the COVID in PRC?" right? But as far as I'm concerned, the COVID-19 mainly serves as an overarching background. So for my comments, I think that the authors try to revisit the relationship between your internet use and happiness against the background of the COVID, which is important and interesting. But I'm not sure the contribution is very clear, because I did feel a sense of disconnect between the introduction session and the following parts of the paper. For example, in the introduction session, the author mentioned the COVID, like in the introduction for like 2 or 3 paragraphs, but there are less of emphasis in other parts of the paper. So I think you may want to do more COVID-specific analysis to make the paper more interesting. And also related to that, I think the COVID should be stand out rather than be hidden as a background. And other parts of the paper should mention COVID as well. And for example, for the introduction part, I didn't find the author explicitly mention the contribution of the paper, and that's a little bit confusing for the readers maybe. So, and I think the introduction should add the contribution like explicitly. And also, I think you mentioned the set point theory or hedonic adaptation theory in the literature review part of the paper. I think that should be mentioned earlier in the introduction rather than later in the literature review, because that's very novel element for this paper, right? But you did a very good job in the presentation, because you mentioned that at the very beginning of your introduction of the presentation. And also, I was wondering whether it's possible to conduct something like an impact evaluation of the COVID shock, because when I first looked at the title of the paper, I was expecting something like evaluation of DID, but I'm eager to hear the author's thoughts on the possibility of this strategy. And for the instrumental variables, when I read through the paper, you mentioned you use 2 IVs. I think you may want to provide more justifications of the validity of the IV, and especially the exclusion restriction that other channels, the 2 IV you use could also impact happiness other than the endogenous variable that is internet use, right? So I think you need to provide more justifications for that. And also, it will be also helpful if you present the results from the first stage regressions of the IV model. Yeah, because of course we know finding a valid IV is always challenging. So I think it may be worthwhile to discuss the possible limitations of the IV used in the conclusion part. And for the mechanisms, you use depression, but in my opinion, depression is very highly correlated with happiness. It's like something like 2 sides of one coin from my perspective. So I'm wondering, have you considered other channels? Because over the past few days, we have heard a lot of other outcome variables that internet could affect subjective well-being, like consumption, credit access, investment, etc. So what's your thoughts on those other channels, pathways? And also, it may be helpful to pay attention to those channels that are of specific meaning to COVID. That's linked to my points on the contribution of the COVID. Like those who have internet may be more convenient to work from home, and therefore their income was less affected during the COVID shutdown. So I think you can check this channel. And for depression, like you use CESD, but there are several modules like feel lonely, feel sad. I think you can definitely check each of this module to check the impact of COVID. And also you can do more disaggregated analysis, like number of people living together. Do they live alone, or do they live with other people? That will also impact the relationship between internet use and subjective well-being, and also occupation, like whether you are public servants or you are employed in private sectors. That's also affect your income during the COVID shutdown. Also, other social economic status and gender, age and marital status, like there are also, I think, implications like these different characteristics could impact the relationship between internet use and the subjective well-being during the COVID. And that's all for my comments. That's for your reference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Liu. Chen, would you like to respond to some of the comments, please?
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Liu. Thank you so much for your comprehensive suggestions. Yeah, I know a lot from your suggestions, and I find many ways to improve my paper. And let me see. There are some comments for you. Yeah, you mentioned the DID. Why I didn't use DID in my research. The one important reason is because the data in 2020 is quite different from 2018. So there are many indicators we cannot find in 2018. So when we especially for the K variables, the indicators we use to calculate the internet use intensity and internet use variety, those indicators, they haven't collected the data, they haven't collected in the 2018. So that's why I didn't do the ID. I want to do it as you said, but I find there is no data, so I gave up just to focus on the 2020 data. And so that's why COVID-19 becomes the it seems like a background in this research. It's like how say, it's like an identification of the internet use and the happiness level. Because the previous studies, many studies, they proved that the internet use can help to improve the happiness level, but under the shock of COVID-19, I'm not sure if this influence still exists and how strong. And if I consider the different attributes of the internet use, is there something changing? So I think it's still, yeah, it is interesting, but as we can see, actually the influence of internet use is very tiny. And if we consider depression as the mediator, actually the negative influence is stronger than the positive. Yeah, than the positive influence. So we need to pay attention to the internet use, not just to encourage. Okay, we need to let more people to access to the internet and encourage people like this. So we also need to control the internet use. So I think that's the main finding in my research. And I agree with your opinion about the contribution of this research. So yeah, I will I will go to improve it based on your comments. And let me see, is there any other?
Okay, we Chen have a sorry, were you going to say something, please?
No, I'm thinking if I forget something.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have a question from Andy McKay. So if I may invite him, Andy, the floor is yours. Please go ahead.
Okay, it looks like I can't put on my video either, so apologies. Chen, thank you for your presentation. You had good comments from the discussant. I want to ask you though about what your internet use variable is exactly and what exactly that means. So is this internet in private time only? So if you spend time at work on internet, it's not counted. And what exactly does internet use mean? I can be signed in on the internet, but it doesn't mean I'm checking it all the time. I might just have the internet on because I want to see if I get any email or something like that. Or I could be using it intensively for playing games or something like that. So what exactly does this internet variable mean? I think that's quite important. I'm also surprised that you don't get more of a COVID effect here. You'd thought there might have been.
Yeah. So in this research, the internet use, I use the internet use intensify. That means how long you serve the internet. That's including you serve the internet on your phone and on your computer. That's including all the internet use activities like you check the email, you learn online, or you shopping online. All these activities, the time you spend are counted. Yeah,
I think he was asking if work-related internet time was included or not.
The work, yes.
So if time was spent,
That then potentially affects things a lot. Actually, that then potentially affects things a lot, depending on the type of job you have and so on. Can very much affect this. So that actually introduces a number of confounding factors. I think it's better to look at internet use in private time if you can do that.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks for your suggestions. Yeah, for the private time, I think that's very important. Thank you.
So I think that's a very useful suggestion in addition to the ones made by Dr. Liu, because it's very difficult to discern the impact of COVID. And, since that is part of your focus, that should be brought out more clearly. But interesting work, and thank you for your presentation. With this, let me check if there are any more questions. No, we don't have any more questions. So thank you both. Thank you, Dr. Liu, and thank you, Chen, and all the best with your research. I think we've had a very good session with 4 papers being presented, some excellent results, and the impact of digitization, right from impact on agriculture to well-being, mental well-being. Clearly areas which are very relevant, which will help develop systems and capacity. All of the presentations can have implications, policy level implications, and some of these need to be developed further to be able to impact policy. And with this, I'd just like to say we should give a big hand to all the presenters and the discussants for very, very interesting presentations. So well done, everybody. And I was personally very happy and interested in the results that your research has produced. And with this, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving all of us an opportunity to be together. And with this, I hand back to the organizers. Dil, the floor is yours, and we are exactly at 2 p.m. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Sujata. Thank you for organizing these sessions very well. You have really shared very nicely, and also the views that you have provided was very, very valuable. The way you moderated the entire sessions, we really appreciate that, and we'd like to express our gratitude and our thanks to you for taking time. I know you're very busy at headquarters. You're doing lots of things, but despite that, you found time to be with us. We are really grateful and hope that in future conferences we'll be able to meet in person, and also get to talk to you and have more views and more in person discussions. Thank you so much. We really appreciate, and please accept our gratitude to you from our side for all of us. Thank you so much, Dr. Sujata.